Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies. Thank you for coming out. This is the new name for my channel. I am RJ. We are now going to be called and read the Conversations Living Room. The Conversations Living Room is a place that we can hold conversations about crimes, missing persons, and stories about inhumane actions by others that need the truth to come out and not for them to be stifled, ignored, and buried. This is the place that we're going to have conversations that sometimes may be uncomfortable, but we're going to have them because they're needed. I explained in my previous live the reason I'm making the name change is to choose this name is to honor somebody that turns 86 years old tomorrow. Mr. Sonny Hill. And being from the Philadelphia metro area, growing up with his stories of what not only what he did for the city of Philadelphia, but how he addressed a culture that was starting to be a problem that goes back to the 60s. Through his passion and his compassion for people and uniting them for a positive reason is why I chose the name. As always, I'd like to start it off with top 5 stories. And the first story I'm going to take a look at is the story of, bear with me a second here. My Discord was working on this earlier to help me. We're going to take a look at Uvalde, Texas. And yes, we just did a live on that, but it's a follow-up story. The AP News broke a story yesterday that they are meeting Saturday. Their intent is to finally fire Ardondo. This is an action that the people, even though that may not have been in the right place to do so, at the Board of Education meeting that happened on earlier this week, it was necessary for them to voice their opinion, and their opinion has been heard. I understand that to some, this is only pointing fingers at who person to blame, but the lack of ownership of responsibility, the lack of ownership in what happened is what is going to be causing the outcome, not pointing fingers and blaming somebody. He refused to take command of a situation as the chief of the CISD, or excuse me, the inter-school police department for Uvalde. His complacency in action and his and the fact that he actually instructed through his leadership of example that the best course of action was inaction in a crisis is what is leading to his dismissal. It's important that if it does happen the way that everybody believes it's going to happen, it's important that everybody remember that these are the reasons he is being dismissed. Not a social justice warrior action, not pressure from the community. It's because of this that he is being terminated. I want to say hello to everybody. I know I jumped right into it tonight, and I want to just take a second here and say hello to everybody. John Q, thank you very much. Boss Man Blake, thank you very much as well for coming out. Carrie, Double Rainbows, thank you very, very much. John Q and Boss Man Blake, you both have an email. You're welcome to use that link and jump up and join me in just a few moments here. Make sure you know you have that sent to you. Um, uh, if there's anybody else that I am missing, I know the name change may not be what everybody wants it to be and expecting it to be, and that might be throwing some people off. But if you are here and listening, I want to thank you very much. This is a start, a fresh start in my channel, and it's going to be a great direction, I promise. The next story we're going to jump to for the top 5 is a missing person that was found that was not found, but the story was found today. This story is on WTNH.com. It's News 8. It's from Waterbury, Connecticut. A 15-year-old and her 8-month baby, her 8-month-old daughter. Hello, Charlie K. Thank you very much. Exactly, John Q. That's my point. I may have worded it differently, but that's exactly the point. He deserves to be fired because the dereliction of duties as a commander in chief. It's exactly it. I may have worded it differently, but that's exactly it. That's all there to it. 15-year-old girl and her 8-month-old baby has gone missing from Waterbury, Connecticut. And the believe that she was Waterbury police today, as an update of 12:30 this afternoon, actually, are now saying that both were safely located and the silver alert was canceled. When this originally came out on the 20th, yesterday at 9:30 at night, it was reported that she was possibly headed to Queens, New York. 15 years old. Can't drive in Connecticut. Up and left with her 8-month-old baby. How is that responsible? How is that being responsible? Another missing person story today that's not getting a lot of attention is a, forgive me, it's coming up slowly on my phone here. Uh, it is from Red Earth Cree Nation, RCMP. This is actually out of Canada, but still, a missing person is important to talk about, no matter if they're from the United States or if they're from Canada. National attention deserves to be pointed out. Hello, Annette. Thank you for joining me. As I'm going through my top five here, guys, just bear with me a moment. I'm giving time for other people to come in, and we're talking and uh, starting off a little here and getting to know some of the news stories that haven't been talked about but should be. This is a story, and I apologize. The news story has actually gone and disappeared. It's from Red Red Earth Cree Nation (RCMP). It's Canada, up in Saskatchewan. For 2 months, they have been searching for a 5-year-old boy. And they today just suspended the search that has actually at latest been involved in searching for waterways that have previously been frozen over and they could not search. They just stopped searching that today. His name was Frank Young, 4 foot tall, 66 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. John Q, thank you for joining me. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. We got a big topic tonight, and I'm glad you actually are joining me because where I am going with this tonight
I can
is.
imagine. I can imagine. I can imagine.
I don't
It,
think you do yet. I don't think you do.
ah, the way your brain brews and looks at the stories that unfold, especially over the last couple of weeks, with
Mm-hmm.
a lot of what you're about to unpack. I said,
Oh,
I was mad at myself because I missed your last live. I missed Boss Blake's last live, and my obviously my schedule took me way off my cue because guess what? I was going to go live tonight.
oh, wow, wow,
Yeah, I was going to go
wow.
live tonight, and I saw your stuff pop up. I said, "No, you're not. Let's wait." Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you did wait because you are part of the inspiration behind while and the celebration of the channel that would itself. You are one of the persons that had vocalized when I was joining you on your shows, to say that to encourage myself to have it my own show,
Yes.
and it's been with working with you, working with Bossman Blake, and working with some other people. Nita's World,
Yeah.
if she's lurking, I know she had been driving a lot today. If she has been lurking, it's also her. Have been influences on not what I've said, but encouraging a person to speak.
And there you go. And you are
And
now you're on your channel. I like the name. I was looking at the name and I said, "Oh, the conversation room." That's what he changed it to. Okay.
yep,
And I got the notification. I said the conversation room. And sure enough, it said with RJ. And I said, oh shit.
yep,
Uh-oh.
yes,
So
conversations living room. It's not
living
the.
room. Living room.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is not the living room, the common space of a house. It is the place that a conversation can thrive and survive and and dwell to bring out the truth and avoid and ignore all distractions.
Yeah. Well, you definitely got you have the channel, you have the numbers. You're a young channel,
Hmm.
and it's only going to grow. And once it does, then you have to deal with the rest of the stuff. But I just want to take just a moment to shout out to the chat. Call it Charlie K is in the house. Miss Annette is in the house. Carrie Lawson is in the house. Much love to you, Carrie, for moderating for Mr. RJ tonight on his brand new channel. Mr. Boss Blake is in the house too. I know he's
Absolutely.
there. Um, let's see what else is going on here. And you've started something that I know um, has been on your mind for a long time, and I am so glad that you've done this. Because there is a voice out there that is not only covered what you're about to cover tonight, but a voice that is solid um, and worth listening to get these stories out there. So I
Absolutely.
congratulate you. Much love to you. Welcome aboard. And I'm glad to rub shoulders with you and help in any way I can to make your channel a success.
Well, I appreciate that very much, John Q. I think the my issue with the growth, which I've not said anything about, I've not complained about, and I'm still not going to complain about, is that I started looking at it why everybody was having so much trouble finding me. Not so much that it was,
Yeah,
you
that,
know,
that's been an issue with me too.
right. It's not been so much an issue where with I was worried about it at the time. I was still building my channel. I was still getting comfortable with things. So I wasn't stressing it. I was figuring things out still for myself at the time.
Yeah,
And I finally got to the point where, I was starting to mull around the idea of changing the name. And I was going to hold off until August 6th, to be honest, because that would be 4 months after I started making content. But I decided to go with it tonight, because of the eve of the person that the reference that I was given of a Sunny Hill. Again, a person that had done so much work within the inner city of Philadelphia. And while I never had a direct contact with him, I was never one of the athletes that he coached. I had the opportunity to listen to him on radios on Sunday morning.
right.
And when I did, and I was never a huge fan of basketball, but the way he told stories about the players he coached and the impact that not only that those players had on him, but that he could see the positive impact with from that he was having on them, made my passion and understanding for the game of basketball greater.
Right. Now,
And
he's not related to Grant Hill.
no, 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 no,
Okay. Okay.
not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sunny Hill has ties to the 76ers that go back to the 60s and 70s. I believe he started his organization in 1968. So we're
Hmm.
going way back. We're going way back.
Okay.
We're going back to when Philadelphia basketball the colleges in Philadelphia were known as the Big Five.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and
Okay.
you and he and a lot of their players that went on to play for them and had success and brought championships and made them to the caliber they were came from Sunny Hills League of developing intercity students, their athletic ability.
Well, a thing that I would love most about what you just got finished saying is within a short period of time, you develop your channel and have Mr. Sunny Hill if he's still alive. Is he?
He is. He is.
Okay.
He turns
Okay.
86 tomorrow.
Okay. On your channel, and give him the accolades that inspired you to do your channel. That would
You
be
know,
great. That
I
would
would be awestruck, to be honest, if
that
that, if
would
that
be
were to ever
great.
happen.
So yeah, it would be great to reach out and let him know if he's on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. Everyone in the chat, if you can find Sunny Hill on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, somewhere, contact him and let him know that there is an exclusive YouTube channel now called Conversation. What is it?
Conversations Living Room.
Conversations Living Room with Mr. RJ is looking to have a conversation with him. And I think that would be a huge honor to the both of you at the same time, because now you're able to, um, you know, let him know how much of an inspiration he was to you. And he can tell you a whole lot about his story at the same time. I think it would be phenomenal.
That
Phenomenal.
would be awesome. Like I
Yeah.
said, I would be awestruck, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really would. True crime and other stuff. Thank you very much for coming out. How are you doing tonight?
We got some people in the house.
Oh, we
They're
do.
coming
We
in.
do. We
They're
do.
coming in
Oh, yeah.
little by little.
See, that's why I like to lead off with my top five. Sometimes it's four, sometimes it's six. You know, it gives everybody a chance to come in, get settled down, go get a drink of their choice. You know, some people like to have a beer or a sip of whiskey, or hey, sometimes it's to have a soda. But to make sure they have time to tune in, get ready, get ready for the big ball of wax, so to speak. Because I promise you, tonight's big. Okay.
Well,
It
that's why I'm
is.
here. That is why I'm here. True crimes and other stuff. How did you get me on your channel? My goodness. Real simple. You know, like minds attract like minds.
I've actually been talking with John Q and Miss Q for what was it, right before the whole fundraiser.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was
Yep.
I was on a different channel.
Yes, you were.
Betty Washam, who no longer does true crime, but she does still do live shows and things like that. And we got Miss Q got involved in one of the shows because of Michael Vaughn, Monkey Vaughn.
Michael Vaughn.
It
Yep.
was right around the time that
Yep.
the reward fund for him was going to expire,
Right.
and we started just one day, just out of the blue, when we figured it out that it was going to expire like that next Monday or that next day. We went from being on BW, Betty Washam's channel, we went on to her channel, and we did something like 10 hours of talking about it. And as we got to talk and she heard what I was saying and how I analyze things and things like that, she's like, you've got to meet up with John Q. We've got to get you connected with John Q because you guys are so like-minded.
And in fact, what you guys did was stop the expiration.
Yes.
Yes. You did. Yep.
Because of what we did that day, that
Yep.
I believe it was something like 10 hours.
That was fantastic.
And
Fantastic.
it was enough to put pressure to make it, to say, hey, look, we know what's going on here. We don't like it. This has got to go on. This has got to continue to be searching for him, to have this reward fund, that we made a positive change in the right way.
Right. Right. And that most certainly took place.
Oh, absolutely. True crime. Absolutely. John Q, Boss Man Blake, who was in the audience, myself. I know I can speak for myself. I'd be more than happy to appear on somebody else's show and talk. I still will jump on with John Q, Miss Q, Boss Man Blake. I even will occasionally jump on with Nita, Nita's World, and talk with her. Doesn't have to be on my channel for me to speak on something that I'm passionate about.
Right. But on your channel, you can speak and just deliver your message just the way you're going to. No interruptions, no stuff in the chat room going on and all this other stuff. And one of the things that reminds me of when I was growing my channel, when I was about 1,015, about 2,000, was that everything was nice and quiet. I had about, I don't know, 25, 30, 40 people, give or take. I loved it. I loved it. It was small. You can read the chat. Nothing's going too fast. And, now it's like I'm approaching 10,000, which I'm still shaking my head at. Um, I am, and I'm not to brag about nothing. It's just that and handling the chat is different, and all of the bots and all of the
Oh
craziness
yes,
does show up. You know, and I said, okay, well, we need mods and finding good mods. Aquahoma is a terrific mod. Leslie B, terrific mod. You got Carrie Lawson up in here, and
yep.
she's a terrific mod.
Yeah.
Um,
I
as
also have CP Cosplay, which you may
yeah,
not be familiar with her, but
I was
she,
about to say, yeah, she was
yeah,
on one of your live programs that I got a chance to
yep,
talk with her a little bit.
yep,
Yeah,
absolutely. My mods know it's as much as this is my channel, and I sit up here and I'm a voice, a talking head, so to speak.
right,
It's just as much as when I select somebody to be my a moderator for me, it is just as much my channel as it is their channel.
right, right. Double
You know,
Rainbows has covered me. Um, wow. I think before the Daniel Robinson case, she has done absolutely brilliant work,
hmm
in covering my channel. So just a note, if you're thinking about modding up someone else, Double Rainbows is
I
another
will.
great mod for you to think
I,
about.
I will definitely take that into consideration. She is part of
Yeah,
my Discord, and that's something that it does fall in favor of somebody becoming a mod, in my opinion. Because
yeah.
if there's
Okay.
something going on, or I need to communicate with them privately about something, I
Mhm.
have that ability to do so.
Yeah, she's solid. She is solid.
Yes.
She's always there. She's always there for me. I could pop up and do a live, and I don't have Discord. I don't do Facebook. I don't do the other social media stuff. But when it comes to me going live, if there's something posted, she'll know it. But if I go instantaneously, I don't know how the hell she knows it, but she's the first one there. Leslie B shows up, Aquahoma shows up, and it's terrific because they hold down a room real good, real good. So much love to you. Mr. Bossman Blake is in the room.
Boss man,
Right.
how are you?
Yeah,
And Amy Lynn Mooney, thank you for joining us. Hello, how are you doing this evening? Discovering Truth. Hello, how are you?
yeah. They're gonna find out that we're coming together. Um, it, they just don't know it.
Mm,
They just
We
know
know
it
it,
yet. Yeah, we know it, but they don't know it yet.
right?
There's a lot going on, and I am excited about your update with Uvalde. I know that we've been talking a little bit behind the scenes. You've been emailing me, and I'm my bad not getting back to you.
Oh no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I know you've been wanting to talk about that,
Well,
and
that
summer
actually
walls.
deserves a live all to
Yeah,
itself. I'm just throwing a quick update up there out there on Uvalde. It's a follow up on the news story that
right.
appeared in the AP news yesterday, and somebody
Okay.
brought to my attention last night. I just wanted, because I had done the Tuesday night, I had done a full live. We were talking, I believe it was like 3.5 hours, going over the report from the Texas Senate hearing.
Right. Right.
You
Okay.
know, it was very, very worth that 3.5 hours to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I got it on my queue, so I'm going through a number of different lives between Uvalde, Buffalo, New York,
Mm-hmm.
Summer Wells, Daniel Robinson, which I'm going to be doing a live next week with David Robinson,
Oh,
his father. I was able to speak with him just yesterday, and we had, I think, almost an hour and a half, 2 hour conversation about the updates and the foundation. And I said, okay, so when are you ready? And he says, anytime you are. So I said, okay, let's do it next week. And we're scheduled. So I'll be posting that live for David Robinson regarding Daniel Robinson, 25-year-old field geologist that went missing in Buckeye, Arizona on Sunday. And then we're going to, let me see, we're scheduled for Tuesday. And I'm just waiting for a time line for him because I said, let me be last on your schedule that day so that this way nothing takes you away from the live. So he
exactly.
devoted some time to do that. So we're going to do an update finally, with David Robinson, Daniel's father. Mr. Bossman Blake, what's up?
Bossman Blake, thank you for joining us. And hello, Cherokee Girl. Thank you for joining the live.
What's going on? I'm actually driving, but so I might as well just come on up while I got a chance.
I appreciate you joining me. Again, I apologize. I didn't give either of you a heads up greater than what I did about name change, but the inspiration, is, as I said, it is. The reason behind the name change is because when I looked at it, there are so many things listed on YouTube that are either RJ or a song that begins with RJ or an artist begins with RJ because they're so popular. My channel had no ability under my name, what I prefer YouTube to call me, for it to ever show up. And I had been contemplating it for a while, like I
It's
said.
true. That is true. I got a lot of, RJ. I get a lot of Indian, and no disrespect to anyone that maybe, Indian or from the Indian faith or background. But I said, where the hell is this guy? And three of the people who email me couldn't find you either. And I said, well, write it in capital letters and then put it together, do a space, do this, do that. He's out there. I know he's out
Yeah.
there because I'm subscribed to him.
Yeah, and a lot of times the RJ with the capital letters and the space, you're going to get my throwaway channel, which only has 4 videos on it. Not that I have a lot of videos under my name, but it gives my channel an ability to actually show up.
Yeah.
But she ran calling wildlife. There again, calling you wildfire. I apologize. Hello, how are you doing tonight?
She
Pen
ran.
1010.
Wow. She ran calling wildfire. Hello. Pen
Yeah,
1010. How are you? Cherokee girl. Much love to you.
Well, John Q,
Yes.
as we go into what I really was, this whole entire live is about tonight,
All right, so let's go. Let's go. Where we going? Where we going? Let's go.
you're going to love this.
All right.
You remember back when you were asking about who are the uppers?
Yes.
I very, very nervously,
Regarding the Summer Wells case. Yes.
yes,
Yes.
I very, very nervously did my first live talking about a dissertation and a specific section of a dissertation that comes from 2012. Well, tonight, as I relaunched the channel, renamed the channel, I decided that I needed to redo that live. We needed to talk about that because even though the 3.5 months ago,
Right.
the answer to that or the information I found is relative, it's become even more relative in the past 2 weeks.
Okay. So what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Let's go.
Well, we're going to start with
got me,
talking about.
you know me. When I look at something, I'm ready to go. You got my full attention, and and with Mr. Boss Blake right next to me. Oh my God.
Oh,
When
it's about to
we
get
say, what do
real.
you got?
It's
Let's
about to get
real.
real.
Let's get real. Let's go to work.
So, the past couple of weeks, and this is going back to June 15th, with the letters and the supposed letters that have now come out, that are supposed to be from Donald Wells behind bars.
Right.
The first one that came out on June 15th is completely viable as being from Don Wells. If you look at the language that he used in that letter and compared it to what he had did in interviews that were happened before he went to jail, they line up correctly. It's the same kind of misspeaks. It's the same kind of misunderstanding of what a word means. And the same attempted use of religion, Christianity, religion,
Mhm.
in his statements to bring about and prove his points.
Right.
What came out just this past week, and I believe the letter to that's supposed to be to Summer that's going to be coming out. I thought it was coming out today, to be honest, but it will. I think it will be coming out by the weekend or the end of this weekend. Is going to be very telling that this is not at all Don Wells. That he is being handled now.
That's what I got.
There are handlers
It
speaking
don't
for
take
him.
rocket science to figure it out. You know, for someone that's been incarcerated since February 7th of this year for violation of his probation, a lot of people asked, why the letter now? Summer's been missing for 13 months, going on 14. Why this letter or any letter about Summer now? And
Exactly.
it's a powerful question when you can, because it's one I asked. Why now? What is all of now this new stuff, allegedly, supposedly coming out of this story now about letters? Oh, big deal. Donald is writing letters himself, third party, fourth party narratives. You know what? I was going to go live tonight, and I'm going to be quite frankly honest with the chat. The live was going to be about Summer Wells' case, semicolon. You know, no good deed goes unpunished.
Mm.
Why now?
Mm-hmm.
See,
Mm-hmm.
that's all it was going to be. That's all it was going to be.
We're on
But
the same page here.
yeah,
We're on the same page.
yeah. So
Uh, discovering the truth. I think you're close, but I don't think it was Tim M. I never looked at what his background is. I never looked at what his information is as far as what he's written. But I'm going to tell you my impression is this it comes from somebody that has a college education.
yes, I
Uh,
would agree.
Carrie, thank you very much for reminding me. This content is a discussion is all opinionated and alleged. Yes, absolutely.
I sent you the disclaimer in your email, so you need to get that
I
flagged up.
actually used it. I actually used it on the last live because we were watching videos. I am going to be throwing that up in just a moment as we get towards talking about the dissertation that we're going towards.
Okay. I'm good. I'm good.
No. I appreciate you having my back and reminding me. Trust me, it's on my my desktop here. So when I'm about to get into that dissertation in another moment, it's going to pop up here.
Cool.
So what I'm saying is that what you're seeing in these letters, and this next one coming out to Summer Wells, it is supposed to be teased as being to Summer Wells, is going to be extremely telling, because if the language if he's being handled, it is not going to be an emotional letter like you would expect somebody to be writing to a child that is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we've really ever had an emotional expression from Don Wells, but it should still be charged with emotion.
I agree.
When we had John, back when you were kicking this around and questioning who were the uppers, did you ever come to a conclusion about who they were?
Now that was tough. You know, the uppers to me were two different people. You know, when Candace mentioned the uppers in a live feed that she did with excuse me, Ernie Shells, and she mentions the uppers, and I'm going, uppers, okay, uppers meaning law enforcement, which was, you know, the first area you go to. Uppers, you know, meaning people of authority, people with more power, more control of what's going on. That was one thing. And I said, okay, uppers. And then I said, wait a minute. From what they've been, both Don and Candace have been displaying on YouTube about how they conduct themselves, how they have conducted themselves. The uppers could mean something else. And I said, okay, if it wouldn't be law enforcement, who else could it be? And it could be their drug handlers. That came to mind. Tim Mullins didn't really come to mind. You know, he's handling media and, you know, they're going to tell him what they want, what they like, and all this other stuff. But he's going to craft the narrative, obviously, because that's what his job is all about. But the uppers to me meant a distinctive authority that had control, that had the power. If they said something wrong or did something wrong, they would know about it because of social media. And I said, okay, well, write down the uppers. And I kept it there only to find out a little bit more about who these uppers are. If it was law enforcement, it never went in that direction. If it was somebody else, I'm still trying to figure out if that's that direction. But since Jody Sue has taken over the helm of the Wells case on her channel, I'm thinking that there's a connection between uppers in that particular corner only because she keeps talking about some very peculiar and very strange things going on as a neighbor that lives less than 400 feet, driveway to driveway, on Ben Hill Road. That's telling me something. I studied the scream from the Wells house, precisely the Wells house, and measured it to Jody Sue's cabin, the first cabin up that driveway, and then to the main house. It's about almost 600 feet. For someone to have heard a scream, Donald says, in a news interview with WJHL, talking about they may have covered her mouth. And now I said, well, Donald's speculating, but where's he getting this scream story from? All of this scream story is coming and stemming from Jody Sue saying there was a scream. And that's just my take on what I've gathered so far. So she's just continuing the narrative only because that's the narrative she started from. And now look where she is. She's in an entirely different mess with a lot of what she said.
I apologize. I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm actually laughing at what Carrie had just said in the chat room. I can tell you what JSB is, and she is not no upper.
JSB is not an upper. She could report to them because I've already come to the conclusion that Don and Candace knew that the drug dealers on the block that lived not too far away from them during the first interview was them. Jody Sue and Andy Bernard was the drug dealers on the block at that time.
Hello, adoptionscams.com. Thank you very much for joining me. I apologize, John. I just want to make sure everybody knows. I like to make sure everybody is welcomed and know they're welcomed, even though I may not catch a comment later. I try to make sure I at least acknowledge that they came into my channel.
I hear you. I mean, we're going to open the bucket up tonight on your channel. This is the great channel to do it on because, there are certain things that I have observed. Mr. Bossman Blake, I know, has observed because he makes me think of questions that I have myself. And then when I can begin to go back and to go to the map and to look at the map and to look at the house and the terrain and the loop of their driveway and to listen to Jody Sue talk about that driveway, talk about a red flash, not a red car, not a red truck, but she's avoiding a specific answer in that commentary. She's including a lot of fluff, if you will, but nothing specific. You know,
I have
what you hear is one thing, what you see is another. You can't see a scream. You can't, what red flash was it you saw? If you can't get a distinction to tell TBI law enforcement about a red flash, of course they're going to look back at you and say, well, what'd you see? Well, I didn't really see anything, but I saw something kind of attitude. And I didn't know if it was Summer's scream or the scream of dog or the scream of Candace or Dawn or anyone looking for Summer. There's no distinction that she could ever make about the scream. What the hell do you think they're going to come to the conclusion about? It's unfounded until she clears it up.
I'm personally glad, and I'm not trying. Please understand, everybody. I'm not sitting here trying to pass judgment to say anybody's wrong, anybody's right. I'm here to present my idea, what I've been able to find through research, and what makes the most sense,
right,
to me. And by doing so, I hope to challenge everybody's thought. And I love that everybody's coming in and saying different things. We have, they believe the PI, they believe the drug dealers, they believe, what are the couple of the other ones that I've seen in here tonight. Guys, I hope that at the end of the night, this is what my actual goal for tonight is. I hope that what I can give you information on will challenge you on what you think the uppers are. And I hope that it will give you an answer that you were not expecting.
That's a good one. Okay. That's a good one.
Very early on.
Let it go. Let it go.
Very early on in the disappearance of Summer Wells, Don Wells tries to quote the Bible and said he's a God-fearing man, goes to church, and this is true crime and other stuff. Hang on to that. Hang on to that. Has every single thing trying to all fingers point at me moment. Pay attention to what I am saying. Ignore what they're doing over there.
Mm-hmm.
From the beginning, he has attempted to do that.
Yes.
There's no denying that he has tried to control a narrative. But I contend that he was never smart enough to come up with the narrative himself.
I agree.
He found out what happened to Summer very early on. Whether it be by this person telling him, that person telling him, or he actually got it out of Candace or Grandma.
So you saying he didn't know nothing from the beginning?
I'm saying originally, no.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I'm saying originally, no. He actually did not know when, where, that everything was going down.
I said the same thing, brother.
Go ahead, RJ. Go ahead.
I said the same thing, brother. Keep going.
Go ahead, brother.
It was after the fact that he actually was told the details. And this is where he himself became in charge of trying to direct a narrative to cause a narrative of confusion.
Damage control.
Exactly.
Go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Okay. His role in this, in the original plan, mind you, I actually believe there was sudden illness that has caused the demise of Summer Wells. but I believe that there was a plan for something more nefarious that was going to happen that the sudden illness interrupted. Okay?
Okay.
The part that was going to be the worst of what happened to Summer does involve SA, does involve trafficking, does involve have involvement with a town that not many people are aware of, and I will not speak publicly. Please respect that one. I will not be able to speak publicly further about this town.
Okay.
Newport, Tennessee.
How far is that from 110 Ben Hill?
Uh it's about
Newport.
halfway between 110 Ben Hill Road and Knoxville. So it's probably got about half hour, 45 minutes.
That's going south of 110 Ben Hill Road, right?
Yes, you have to go through
Okay.
Rogersville in order to get to Newport.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I always go all the way back to the beginning from the things I read and heard in the very beginning because it seems like it get washed away. The fact that you brought this up, RJ, I truly feel like Don loved his child. I just truly feel that way. Do y'all remember it was said, I don't know if y'all have found out that was bullshit. I haven't. That Candace was jealous of the love that her daughter showed Don.
Absolutely.
Right. I agree.
So I feel like she took an opportunity while he was at work.
I agree. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Bring it.
Offer. However
Yeah.
she did it, that's why I feel like he had no idea that this shit happened.
And
That's
that's
why I agree with
why
you, bro.
and that's why I have stated in the lives that I have done every single time, the only person or persons that was with Summer last is Candace and her mother. Adults. Now, if the three boys were there inside playing their games on YouTube and all this other stuff, I can understand where a 9, a 10, or a 12 getting ready to be 13-year-old's mind would be occupied, because social media is that way when it comes to kids. You tell them to play Halo or what is the other damn game? They're always playing these violent video games that's got guns and drug dealers and all this bullshit, right? So the kids are occupied. They're inside. They've been inside since the morning they left, allegedly with grandma, to go to the hospital, with Summer to go pick up Hunter, to go to all these different places, and to allow Hunter to be a part of it. Why? That's a different story. But dropping him off and coming back, and now you have the last, I guess, video or photograph that we see of Summer. Haircut short, beautiful skin, pink top, looks long sleeves, gray pants, long pants, in almost 80-degree temperature, going back home, no pillow that I could see. And I don't think anybody has saw a pillow under Summer, because if there was a pillow to prevent Summer's undergarments from getting a seat wet. Now, I thought about that for a very long time. Summer's garments is getting a pillow wet. Where's the pillow?
Mm-hmm.
What we do see is what RJ did point out very vividly on a number of my lives when we covered that photo. There's some hot Skittles there, and there's a orange crush soda. It's not full. It's tilted, laying down from a position I think Summer started with to begin with. She was up against that window. You don't sit in the middle. I don't think Summer ever sat in the middle of that seat up until Hunter got out. And now that's where I pick up the narrative to say, okay, she's thirsty. She hadn't had a damn thing to eat all day from the narrative now. No food. This girl has just got finished swimming for 20 minutes at the watering hole. Candace dresses her up in this long first day of school garment to put her in a truck that's got the windows closed. Candace doesn't like air condition. Why the hell would that be? And yet now Summer's going to sleep. And thank you, RJ. Thank you.
It took me a moment, but I found it.
This was the hardest. This was the hardest photo for me to look at because it's the last. Yeah, it's the last time we see Summer.
Remember the reason they say they cut her hair. Remember that.
Right. Was it lice or did Summer have a little buzz going on herself? Children get into mischief, and that could have been a part of it. But yeah, thank you, RJ. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's jealousy, bro. It's jealousy.
Yeah, and that's what they do. But now to see Summer in this position, this is after a store-bought product. She's in the middle seat. And most people forget, and this is the hard one. Most people forget how she's positioned here in that middle seat. And the only reason why they forget is because, little girls go to the window. They go to the side. It's not the middle. There was no reason for her to be on the side.
Yep. Here. So the reason I went and grabbed this photo, and guys, please understand it's not the.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's.
Thank you.
I can't guarantee the origin is like the very first of it. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna worry about those details. The reason I grabbed this is because you can see on the photo in this area here are the Skittles.
Right.
This is the orange supposed Sunkist drink that John Q, if you remember, you had saw me in a chat room in another channel, which I don't support very much and don't mention the name because they tend to be a bit too controversial.
Yes.
We had talked about the fact that at that time it was coming out that she was being given daily melatonin and Benadryl. I had mentioned that there was a substance that you can get at the CBD shops, the head shops here in Kingsport. And guys, when I say here in Kingsport, I live in Tri-Cities, Tennessee. Okay, I don't hide that. I live in the Tri-Cities. So when I was saying earlier, and I just want to bring this up, when I'm saying that you guys are going to have to respect that I cannot comment more than what I did about that particular town, I'm going to ask one person in my audience, and I'm not even going to watch their response until I know they have had a chance to do so. Miss Carrie, is it safe for me to talk more about that town than what I did without a mountain of receipts to prove every single thing I say? I'm just going to give her a few seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
I can almost guarantee her answer is going to be no. You've said enough already.
Right. Right. Her answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Answer is no.
Yep. It is not safe for me as a local to talk about the connection that I have heard through the grapevine to Newport, Tennessee.
There's two distinctions that I want to make while you're bringing this up. Basically, Candace, when she had the interview with Chris, never mentions the orange soda when he asked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, didn't get an answer. Never, he brings up the pillow about Summer being on top of this pillow. And as you can see from the photo itself, and if you can blow it up a little bit more and focus more on the leg portion of Summer, if you can, RJ, if you can.
I will try to. It's starting to distort as it is, so I will try to.
Okay. As we speak, you kind of try to figure out what pillow are we talking about. There would be some kind of remnants of a pillow. When Chris mentioned this to Candace, she had no idea what he was talking about. Nothing. And during that interview, she skipped right on over it. He let her skip over it. He didn't emphasize, well, you did say that, when you came back from the swimming hole, Summer was wet. You changed her clothes. And to prevent her from getting the interior seat in that vehicle wet, there was a pillow there. But where's the pillow? There's an orange crush right beside her, leaning on her left hip. The Skittles over to the side. So I'm thinking, okay, Summer was in that seat. Then she was moved over after Hunter got out of the car. Hunter was in the seat that she's in right now, where the milk jugs are. That would make sense to me, out of all he said. But when he got out, he couldn't recall of where she was, only because if he turned his back and exited that vehicle, why would he? Why would he remember where she was, as he stated during the interview? And I said, okay, let me go back to the photo. If you're going to buckle up a seat, and now take a look at the seatbelt, folks. And that's the telling part of the photo, how she was strapped up. The seatbelt that you see before you is strapped up entirely differently than you would normally strap up. The buckle in the front has got a waist. Strap across the chest is in the back. Now, when I studied this and I said, okay, well, Why would you do that? It's only because the child was moved. She's displaced from her original position. And so you bring her over. Why on these milk jugs? That you know, that's been the conversation altogether. But how you strap a child up to make sure she's safe. Now, this is Candace and Grandma right now. Bringing her over after Hunter exits that vehicle to strap her into place. And the waist is contained. The front chest to the shoulder isn't. So she was moved, which tells me where the Skittles and the soda was. That was her original position before they moved her. They slid her over. They had the milks there. And just to tie her in, that's what they did. It's lazy. It's really negligent, but that's how they did it. And to capture a photo, a video of her in motion while that vehicle was in motion, to say if her hands were behind her head like her father does when he sleeps, only to find out that her hands were down. What was that? What was that all about?
Yeah, that was always a weird point to make.
Yeah.
That was always a weird point to me. Is were they trying to make her a humanizing story about how she sleeps in the accidental video?
Right.
Or what there was some sort of intent in there that it is still
That's
mystery.
what I picked up. That's exactly what I picked up.
But in all of what I'm saying tonight, please, everybody, let's remember this is all about a little girl, and to use the language of the parents, got going on June 15th, 2021. Okay? The stories that are coming out, the information that's coming out now with the letters coming from either the media manager or whomever this other person is that is now been doing the voicing in the videos, or whoever it may be that is penning these letters. My message to them is stop. Stop doing the damage you're doing, because you're causing this to be worse than you are aware. Okay? Yep. We already know who you are without knowing your name. When I originally, I was talking about this in my Discord earlier today. Thank you, Carrie, for putting that up there. I was talking about this in my Discord earlier today, that when I originally did this video, I said one of two things are going to happen. Either what I'm about to say and go into, folks, is so accurate that within a month, somebody will see this, or somebody will report back to the uppers that they've been figured out, and they will tell Candace and Don Wells to shut up. In no uncertain terms, they will tell them, shut up. Stop having any connection to social media. Stop having any conversation with anybody on social media. Be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you, it happened within 6 weeks. It happened within 6 weeks. Now, I am not saying that I know the exact answer. but I'm going to say I'm close to the answer.
I think, what you just said holds a lot of weight because who's talking now? You
Right.
see,
Exactly.
because of who's talking now, you know, which has nothing directly, we hope, directly to do with summer. However, to the contrary, based upon what they've been saying since the marathon, they've been doing nothing but putting themselves as close to summer as possible. They've not only put themselves into Summer's life, they've put other people in Summer's life. Her son being caught there twice in the month of August, August 1st and August 15th. It's all documented by, obviously, Cam and Allie
Mm-hmm.
from their channel
Mm-hmm.
with witnesses that says, yes, this is who we chased down the hill, down the driveway where the mailbox is. And it's the same dude that showed up on the news report when they were talking about the scream.
Yep. Rain, thank you for joining us. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't believe I actually need this for what I'm about to show you guys, but I'm going to go ahead and read this just to cover my
I like what you
behind.
got up there. I like what
Okay.
you got up there, and always
Copyright
protect your.
disclaimer.
That's it. Always protect your channel. That's right.
Yep.
That's
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute, and that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, and personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Folks, this is coming from a dissertation from a graduate student in FIU, Florida International University. This is written in 2012, and I'm about to show you the title of the cover page. Unfortunately, there is not a way to block this person's name, or it would not allow me to copy it to a paint program to do so. So please understand that the person's name and information and their achievements is no recollection on this paper other than this person wrote it. Okay. Please do not go contacting this person saying that I quoted or misquoted what they are writing. I want to be very clear that there's a specific section and phrasing that I am drawing everybody's attention to. And bear with me just a second. Let me go ahead and stop sharing this so I can bring up this.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Okay. This is the cover page for folks. This is the title of the paper.
Okay, so what we're getting ready to take a look at is something that was written or something that is said. Okay, I see.
This is the cover page. The title of the paper, as you can see, is from November 2012.
Okay.
It's Perceptions of Character Education in a Seventh-day Adventist School. All right. What I'm about to show you, I'm going to take this down and bring up the bulk of the document where I find the most interesting,
Okay.
and how it relates to Summer Wells and everything that has been happening, and it may explain who the uppers are. On page 49, a section of the paper begins with the Seventh-day Adventist lens of a biblical framework of faith. Okay, we're not going to go into full detail of it there. I just want to raise attention to where this exists in the paper, or where it starts.
Okay, so this paper does not relate to Summer Wells directly. Yes?
No,
Okay.
No, it does not. No,
This
it does not.
paper, is more directed toward. Um,
This paper is somebody that was going through a graduate program, meaning they were going for their master's or their doctorate, and it is a focus on the framework of not only faith of person in the Seventh Day Adventist, but also the structuring of the school system.
okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
this will bear with me, and I will explain this as well. I come from a background in my education where it was both private and public school. When you go through a school system that is public, the town board of education sets a structure that's the state mandates.
Yes.
When you go to a private school, one that incorporates religion as part of your foundation of education, you have a little bit different where the theological institution. I know I'm using big words, guys. Please understand. I apologize. The ideology behind the theology that the church follows is what I'm trying to say. Has a
Different.
major
Different
impact.
than the state. Okay.
Exactly. It has a major impact and is going to mirror the setup of the hierarchy within the religion, within the church itself.
Okay.
Think of it this way. When you set up a program, you're going to follow a framework, a precept that you are already familiar with, you know that works, and is going to be the easiest for you to implement.
Mm-hmm.
Since you're in a church, responsible to a church as a minister, I'm using a minister as an example. When you're in charge of a school and the headmaster or principal, you're going to have the same responsibility structure, the same what you're used to of who you're accountable within the structure of authority within the church. It's going to be the same within the school.
Right. Right.
Okay. This is where it relates to Summer Wells. All right. This is where and how it relates to Summer Wells. You have the learner, which is the student. Okay, it's just the student and those students' responsibilities.
Can RJ? Can you go ahead and blow that up and take us out of the frame and let the audience?
My apologies. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then blow
We'll
it up
do a little
to
bit better. Yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and then go from the starting point, go line for line as to what you want to cover. This is interesting.
Okay. So again, this starts on page number 49.
49 of the document titled
Precepts of Character Education in a Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay. We start going through the structure. This is on, like I said, page 49 starts with a section called the Seventh-day Adventist Lens of a Biblical Framework of Faith. All right. Skipping down, we have the section of the learner, the student, the Padawan, the person that's new to the religion, however you wish to say it. Okay. We're going down further here. But C.S. Lewis is not to this, and the point I'm making is not important. We're going down to the page. Here we go. The teacher, the person that you have the most interaction with. Okay, whether it be within a teacher within the school, or the teacher within a small group in a church.
Right.
Okay. Some that you have the most interaction with, somebody that's an extension of the minister or an administration.
Are we thinking about someone specific here as we go over the body of the language? Would it
It
be,
is the
in other words, would it be um, Robin Lane? Would it be um,
do I so what you're asking is, do I believe Robin Lane is an example of who I'm pointing out in this?
okay, okay.
The
There
answer
we
is
go.
no.
Okay, okay,
I believe she is purely a teacher.
okay,
She
okay.
is not part of this grouping that I'm going to explain in a moment how it defines what is the uppers.
Okay.
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 In this section, though, it does give some framework we need to look at. Okay.
Hmm.
Authority integrates a biblical framework of faith in teaching moral authority, models virtue. Personal authority shows consistency between teaching and behaviors, while charismatic authority holds the audience attention with teaching. The teacher styles of the master teacher includes illustrations,
Scroll, 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 scroll. Like, yeah, there you go.
thank you, John, appreciate that. Rhetorical devices, deductive and inductive thinking. The educator emulates the master teacher's pattern, five specific skills, including differentiation between levels of thinking, engaging students in redemptive process. Right there. Engaging students in redemptive process. Simple, effective, and enthusiastic illustrations, planning, and mastery of basic skills. That's one of the roles of that right there. The engaging students and redemptive process.
Hmm. Good point. I think I know where you're going.
We're going to skip down now. I apologize, guys. This gets a little dry. This is why I'm skipping over some of this information. There is information. I believe it's on page 56. So just give me another moment.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. You're doing good. Doing good.
Okay, this is just going over what they idealize as the definition of a teacher and master teacher
Right.
in there. And now it's coming up, I believe. Hang on one second. Finally, the teacher's courage to discuss principles of virtue, of a sense of industry, as well as to develop all abilities instead of mere natural aptitude, should stimulate the student's courage to dare new skills or challenges, especially needed in a mission and service. Remember that as well. I promise you, in another moment here, this is going to go. You're going to have that aha moment. The teacher's role is very important to what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
The teacher, in the level of when you become an adult, does not just do these things, develop all these things I've mentioned. The teacher is also supposed to be the model of what a relationship is in adults. And if in the case of knowing a couple needing to be a couple's counseling, they may need to know intimate details between a man and a woman.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Now we're going to go on to this the administrator here. And again, this is just a definition of the administrator's role and in the classroom. basically it's the principal, the vice principal. There is other than a phrase I'm about to show you,
Mhm.
and we're going to need to tear into this because this is Latin. The role of the administrator is not as is illustrious or involving. Think of a minister in some churches where the minister is has a limited interaction with people within their own church. They don't have a contact with every single person. Okay.
Right.
They have a hierarchy of people who report to them and inform them of what is going on within the church.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Bear with me just a second here. I apologize, guys. I had when I originally did this, I had notes on this that I have lost, so I'm having to find this as we're going.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Are we talking about June 15th, the night the summer went missing? That Robin Lane and what was the I forgot his name. What was his name?
It wasn't
Pastor.
Tim Mullins that was there, was it? Is that what you're
No,
thinking of?
no. What was the pastor's name? Oh shit. They went there that night. Allegedly, they got there either a little before 9 or a little after 9 because they got lost just trying to get to the Wells home.
It was the guy that does the music. What's his
Yeah,
name?
the flute guy. The flute guy.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But
Okay, so these would be this would be a protocol regarding the church that they would operate from. One as a pastor, one as a secretary, one as someone working in the office, one as associated with the church, in a sense. So I understand the document for these people. Now I transpose that to the folks that were called when Summer went missing and the police are already there. I
David
think
Dobson.
There you go, David Dotson. Thank you. David Dotson and Robin Lane shows up. And I'm saying, why the hell did they show up? Why were they allowed on the property?
Well, they weren't at first.
I'm just saying, what was that about?
Right. They weren't at first. They were actually held off the property.
Yeah,
They wanted
They were held a half hour before they were able to actually engage with Don and Candace at that time. Okay, so they're allowed on the property after ID clearance or whatever have you. They're from the church, and Donald says yes, they're from the church, and Candace says yes, they're from the church. They were allowed on that property that night, and they were and it was told that what they did was get together and do a prayer and all this other stuff. But I said to myself, wait a minute, my child goes missing. I'm not calling my pastor.
Here it is.
I've been looking for her for 3.5 hours, 4 hours. I'm not calling my pastor. That's just me. I'm not calling my pastor, not in that time frame. And I wrote that down, and I stuck that in the corner. I thought, okay. Oh, we got Robin Lane interview. Oh my God. Was that an interview with Chris? You got Dobson doing it on J for Justice, I think it was. And he doesn't even know what he sounds like, whether it's left or right. It was just there to me, balance out the conversation about them missing a child and what we should do, which was prayer.
Mm-hmm. So to go back to my point, you asked me where is this going, and
Right.
I believe it was also somebody else in the chat here was asking me, what am I getting to? Where's where the wind blows says a few moments ago is this interesting discovery, but what are you saying, RJ? Here it is.
Right.
In it, all of everything that I was saying, yes, I was explaining some information about the teacher, and I was explaining something of information about the administrator, because it's a setup. As I was saying earlier, it's a setup that not only are they going to follow in the school, but in the church itself. The ethical positions is where everything ties together. And just so anybody knows, if you want to look up this document, it's page 58 of this dissertation. There are 4 ethical positions from which the administrator, teacher, or student may evaluate social conduct and social relationships. Legalism or unlimited absolutism. I'm going to mispronounce this. This is a Latin word, folks, so bear with me. Antinomianism or unlimited relativism. Limited relativism or situation ethics. And finally, limited absolutism. We need to look at this Latin word.
That is dead Latin for sure.
We need to look at this Latin word and exactly what it means. The definition by Merriam-Webster Dictionary says, one who holds that under the gospel dispensation of grace, the moral law is no use or obligation because faith alone is necessary to salvation. One who rejects a social establishment of morality. If they had knowledge of what happened to Summer, and instead of confessing what happened to Summer to the police,
they couldn't say,
and went to the church and said, we're in a situation that we need your help. By what this is saying,
they couldn't say.
The SDA church follows.
Wow.
They cannot say. Number 2, it is the responsibility of the church to sit there and decide what is the appropriate punishment above and beyond the law of the land.
Mm-hmm. That's all. That's almost like the Catholic act of contrition.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about near equal to the Catholic act of contrition, where you confess whatever it is there is, and that will be withheld only by them. And it's a separation between church and state.
Exactly.
Damn.
So if they went to the church,
I looked at that word and I said, "Damn, I saw that word before," and then it just reminded me of the Catholic law.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right, John. You're exactly right. If they went to the church, they confessed to the church decided that they should not report this to the law, to turn it over to the uppers, who we now understand But what I'm presenting tonight, if you're open minded to what I'm showing tonight, that the uppers have a decision to make to either say you have to go to the law and confess to them what is going on, or our punishment and what we will do, what we will assess as a punishment, just as if you were to go to a Catholic priest to a confessional. This is what an example I used
Yep.
when I very first did this video. You
Mhm.
confess a sin to him, and he turns around and says, "Do 3 Hail Marys full of grace, and your sin will be absolved." It's exactly the same thing. They have the moral compass to say, okay, this is a social crime. You were speeding. Go pay your ticket and don't cry about it.
Right.
Or this is a moral sin, and this is what you need to do. You need to confess it to in front of the uppers, the church, and then confess it to God, and you're absolved. This is exactly where and why I believe that the uppers are members of the church and controlling, especially now, what is coming out to be in the light of media.
You'd have to factor, that in because of David Dobson and Robin Lane showing up that same night. And they were there as, prayer guardians or advisors of the church
Mm-hmm.
at the same time. So it's interesting you bring this up because it does play a very important part in what has come about from that point. The news release with Don and Candace, what they said, what they didn't say, and so on and so forth, and the song and dance that they played with YouTubers. And I'm talking about not one, not two, not three, a bunch of YouTubers. And I've always said that they're using their narrative like Jody Sue is now doing for herself. It's cover.
Right, it's cover, but it's
It's
also
cover.
a story of who the uppers can reach and who
Yeah.
have under their control and who they don't have under their control and are using to be this cover story of misinformation.
Yeah.
Discover the truth. Thank you very much. I understand that some people may have gone to an Advent Christian and you don't have confessions. My personal background in religion is very sordid. Far as Christianity goes, I went to when I was in college. I went to a Catholic private college. Okay, so my exposure to confession or going to a confessional was from that. But it's even though it's not the same exact thing, the idea of it is the same.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
So
good point.
that's what I meant to draw on that. And I'm sorry if I was unclear about that, but it's it's very, if it's not bullseye, it's really close, folks. Really, really close.
It is from ethical position. Yeah. And hence the reason why we have all these different narratives from all these different people in and around the same area. Think about it just for a moment. Think about it. Go from the home, 110 Ben Hill Road. Across the street, we got Jody Sue,
Mm-hmm.
Andy Bernard. Less than 400 feet away, driveway to driveway, 600 feet from house to house. We got Jackie Dobbs directly across the street, who wasn't even there after June 16th.
Exactly. We're getting some very interesting points and very interesting questions in the chat room.
Yeah.
I just want to acknowledge them and do my best to encourage the conversation further with these. I may not personally have the answer, but like I said, I wanted to bring this up tonight to challenge your thought on
It's a
this.
good point. It's a very good point.
Okay.
Very good point.
So why was Dotson a
From
new
the other
parent?
side, from the other side, finally.
Mm-hmm.
From the other side. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So I don't believe that they were there. Him and Robin were there to be a member from the uppers, but because of the closeness to they were already to the family, and this family was in trouble,
Mhm.
even though they had not been a member, a card carrying member, flag flying member, however you wish to point it out to be. Believe because of they may have Don Wells had always said he was a Seventh-day Adventist. Even when he lived out in Utah, he said he was a Seventh-day Adventist. They went to a Seventh-day Adventist church.
Right.
So it's kind of one of those deals where he may not be an active member here, but because he's been long-term within the faith, that they had an obligation to him, as well as as a member of another church within their organization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whether or not Robin and Dobson have become a upper because of this,
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say exactly.
Yep.
It's very hard to say.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's one of those deals of who is an upper is not going to be something you're going to find online, folks. This is written on a piece of paper in a folder that's buried in the bottom of a safe that only one or two people have the combination or the key to that safe type of information.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes only information. Now, I understand that right there, saying that right there can teeter this on. Somebody's going to say he's spouting conspiracy theory. No, I'm not.
I don't think so.
The proof of what I'm saying is right there. Even though this is talking about the school system, it's right there in this dissertation.
It tells you about the belief system.
Exactly. Do you think that the church would do that for a family who never joined the church, or really was a part of it? Again, I kind of did answer that, touch on that, where Don has always said that he was Seventh-day Adventist. Potentially, we don't know for sure if he was a card carrying member, okay, with another church in another state, another location. But as far as the only SDA church that I'm aware of in the Tri-Cities area, they're saying he wasn't a member, but he did regularly attend. And this is a church that's right down the road from. It has a major thoroughfare that it has everything to do with what happened on June 15th. They went past that church 2 to 3 different times that day. John, you were about to say something.
Yeah, one thing that we do know um, from the narrative that we were told, you know, I'm going back to the beginning of what you brought up. Don may not have known everything that was going on at that time. I, I'm falling into agreement with that, because if he wasn't there during the time they got home after that last picture that you just showed us previous to the document that we're reading, Candace is the woman as the key. I've always said that. She is not, she is the one withholding more so than Don in my eye. He's more peripheral in the sense of covering for her, covering for the family.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't want to make her look bad because there was a decision that she made that day that went bad. It went bad that day. There ain't no 2 minutes, there ain't no 5 minutes or 10 minutes fixing her mom's brace. Mom said she was in the camper sleep. How long is the answer? How long is the question? More so than the answer. Candace left that hill twice. Jody Sue mentions something red going up the hill and coming down the hill. It didn't go all the way up the hill like near Grandma's camper, but it stopped more or less near the basement area of the door, is what she said.
The vehicle tried to leave
The,
quietly and unnoticed, but when it did so, it actually left loud and very noticeable.
yes, there you go. There you go. So, what do you deduct from that? I mean, here's this woman saying that she heard a scream, which cannot be verified. She only used her children to corroborate what she heard. But yet, the distinction of what the scream was about, none of them could say. Human, animal, um, anything. It's just rough. So if it's unfounded by Sheriff Lawson, which he stated clearly it is, it's unfounded. We cannot find anybody else who heard the scream. Fred Hill didn't hear the scream. What was the other guy's name that's next door? Um,
Uh, um, um, Carrie's going to come up with the answer in just a second. I'm
yeah,
sure
I
of it.
know she is. I know she is. I know she is. You know,
Um,
nobody else heard this scream. Okay, so she hears this scream, but she
mhm.
can't delineate, she can't distinguish. Neither can her children, her 18-year-old son, distinguish what kind of a scream it was at that time. Neither could they put a time on the scream.
Mhm.
All they could say is 4:30 and 4:42. But yet the text messages between her and Andy she never mentions it to him at all. The kids may have heard something. It sounded like a scream. Going out to check. I'll get right back to you. Never was there a message to him stating that there was something going on. All he wanted to know was, what time am I picking you up? Because he was supposed to come by, I guess, to pick her up to do something.
Exactly.
That is a bad call on her part because she can't prove anything from 4:30 to 4:42. She was on a text message open line with Andy and yet never told him what was going on. Yet she tells the news that that's what they heard. She would tell the news, but she wouldn't tell him. So now that's got him tied up in some shit. And he's trying to figure out, okay, where am I at? What am I doing? Kind of limbo.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the hard part for everyone to understand. 4:30 to 4:42 to 5 o'clock. 4:30 to 5 o'clock, there was no communication about a scream ever given to anyone from Jody Sue. Why? Not even to Andy when she was talking to him via text on Messenger. Why? If it was that important and she had to go down the road, being that she was what? Under medication at the time? Needed help at the time? To go all the way down that driveway, and you can go to the Google. Thank you for going to the map. Yeah, thank you. Because if you can take a look at her driveway, which is almost nearly 200 feet down to the road from that first cabin, and she's dilapidated, debilitated, whatever you want to call it. She's not in good condition to go down to that road, and yet she meets Candace.
We're gonna deviate from that and jump back to what I was saying just a moment ago. But we're gonna go there in just a moment. Okay. I just want to point out to you the significance of where this church is on June 15th. This is where they were swimming. There's the stables. Okay. This is where they were swimming. This is the Walgreens. They would have come up from this general direction. I'm not pointing out 347, finding all the roads. That's not the focus. Okay. This is Hippie House.
Yep.
This is the Discount Tobacco and Beer Mart that they have a photo of if you were Nita's World the other night, she showed the photo of Candace Wells walking outside of an orange building. Orange building. That's the Discount Tobacco Shop. It's right here. Right on the corner of Warpath Drive and Fort Henry Drive. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out, Fort Henry Drive is so crucial to everything that happened that day. Look at what is in the halfway point of their travels. Does this look familiar to anybody? Think Robin Lane standing on stage and singing, holding Summer Wells. That's the church
That's
they
right
went
there.
to.
That's right there.
It's the halfway point on
Yeah.
everything they did that day.
So what is that? What is that route right there?
Fort Henry Drive.
Now, if you took that and continued going south, what would you connect to?
Well, you're going to go to the Walgreens that they went to.
Walgreens. There we go. There we
This is
go.
you take this road up and then across and up over this direction. This is where they went swimming.
Right.
There's the stables.
Okay.
Okay. Coming back to the Fort Henry Drive, you come back down further south. Oh, there's 81.
81. Okay. Now see if you can connect to 347 or Blair's Gap. No,
Oh,
no, no. You're too far south. You're too
no,
far.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
It
Yes, you
is.
are. Yes, you are.
You don't have to go on 81 to get there.
No, I know. I know. See if you can connect with Horton Highway. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now you're going in the right direction.
No, it's just I because guys, I'm the first person that says I don't drive. I do not drive. I have to. Yeah, it takes me a moment. There it is, 347.
There you go. Okay. So
It's up here. I thought it was a little bit further south than it was. I apologize to everybody, but
no,
this actually does come around, go back around this way, and it does connect
yes, it
to
does.
26
Yes, it does.
Rock Springs Road as it crosses under 26. And look there. It's Fort Henry Drive.
Yep.
Right into Fort Henry Drive, folks.
All right, so go back to the location where the church is.
Okay, but just so everybody has an awareness, this is Walmart, the one that Candace Wells can't go into.
Mm-hmm.
So the church is going to be right
Take your time.
in here by Domino's.
Take your time. Take your time.
We got plenty of time. I'm not worried about the time.
No,
I'm just saying
not
it's
far
right
at
in
all.
here by Domino's. There it is, right there.
Right there.
Kingsport
Okay.
SDA Church.
All right. So okay, right there. So I'm just writing.
I know that John was not prepared to go into a map, and when we got talking about the location of where things are and making everybody aware where they are is significant.
All right, so now let's go from the church. Let's go home from there. Where would she have driven to go home? I'm at the
Knowing
church.
them,
yeah.
Knowing them, it's going to go all back roads. So from here, it's 110 Ben Hill.
Yeah, do it. Because that's exactly where I would want to go from there.
I'm going to have to add point. Hang on one second here.
No, take your time. Take your time. And then calculate time. And do time.
Of course.
Okay.
Again, folks, bear with me a moment. I don't know where every single thing in Kingsport is exactly.
You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Just take your time. You're working maps. You got to take your time. Get where you're used to, and then go from there.
Well, I saw the KFC and I saw the Domino's, so I know where I'm at.
All right. All right. There you go.
All right. And let's just go ahead and say I'm leaving now.
Yep.
It is 21 miles, 26 minutes.
All right. So we got 21 minutes overall, 14 miles to be exact. There you go. There you go. All on the same route. All on the same route. Now, let me ask you this. Does this in any way, shape, or form... Oh, shit. All right. Does this in any way, shape, or form pass Merrill Road? I think it does.
I
I'm
believe it does as
looking
well.
right dead at it. I think
Mhm.
it does. Can you point out Merrill Road, Lone Star, and Merrill? Because it's right. Oh,
You're
shit.
talking about the
Right
Dollar
there.
General.
It's right there. It's right
Yep.
there.
This is Lone Star Road right
There you
here.
go.
This is Sullivan Gardens Parkway.
Yep. So hence that's why the video showed up between Lone Star and Merrill, because she was pulling out of that area.
Mm-hmm. So Lone Star comes all the way down to over here. This is Merle and Lone Star right
Yeah.
here where the corner creations.
All right. So 21 minutes from that destination, 14 miles to 110 Ben Hill Road. 14. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Okay. Can you collapse the panel for a second?
Yeah, I kind of messed up the map, but
No. Yeah.
it's
Okay.
still, this is Merle Road and,
Okay.
and 347.
Okay. So now do me a favor. Pull back up. Pull back up. Pull back up. Pull back up.
Tell me when.
Stop. Stop.
Okay. Old Blair's Gap
Go.
is here.
Go northeast. Go northeast for me. Pull the map. Pull the map.
Bays Mountain.
Yeah. No. Keep going northeast. There you go. There you go. Stop. Zoom. Go to Warrior's Path again. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Hang on 1 second. It's right
No,
off.
take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
There it is.
There it is. There it is. There it is. All right. All right. Okay. Warrior's Path is there.
Mm-hmm. This is the infamous Duck Island where all the pavilions are right here, and where most of the people that were gathering on June 15th this year were. That's just one of the locations where two of the events were happening. Or one of the events was here at the pavilions. The other one was here where Summer Wells had been was swimming, and then the other one was over in actually Hawkins County, where we're in Sullivan County right now.
14 miles.
Well, welcome back, Cherokee. Glad you came back to us.
Candace lied.
Oh, yeah. She totally lied.
Yeah. Candace lied.
Yeah.
Candace lied. She changed. Yeah. I can see that now. The whole damn direction going back. You know, she said Hunter didn't have the directions right. She changed that.
Uh-huh.
All right. So go from, wow. See, now this makes her look even worse.
And the true light starts to dawn.
Mm-hmm.
The true light starts to dawn when you realize, when you start taking a look at what I've showed you tonight and realize that the church, the foundations of the church, the physical location of the church
is in the path of going home.
It is very important. They downplayed it, but it is very important to what happened on the 15th. Somebody in the church, may not be one person, maybe a few people that they know part of the story, part of that, part of this. But somebody collectively in that church knows what happens to Summer. And I don't mean the parents. The uppers are not one person. They are a group of people.
Yes, they are. Yep. Yes, they are. Because on the route from Warriors Park, it passes right by the church. And I always wondered why she was caught up between Merrill Road and Lone Star Road coming from Hunter's house.
Mm-hmm. So Hunter.
So 21 minutes. Oh man, I got numbers here.
Uh-huh.
Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter's house?
I'm not going to put the exact direction, the exact location up on the screen.
Approximate.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, great. If not, I have to look it up.
Bear with me just a second. As soon as I find one particular place, it's not far from downtown.
Because it would fall in the same time range. 24 minutes, 21, 24. It's the same time range. Guaranteed. 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 Guaranteed.
I'm going to say
It would be in that vicinity.
within a mile.
Okay. Damn.
I would say it's within a mile of this particular grocery store, Food
Okay,
City.
so now go to 110 Ben Hill Road. Tie that in.
Wait a second. Let me just double check that. Carrie, am I approximate? Carrie knows better than I do.
Okay.
Food City on Clinchfield, it's about a mile or within a mile or so.
Okay.
Carrie will answer in just a moment, I'm sure.
No problem. No problem. Because it's telling me if we can go from this location all the way to 110 Ben Hill Road, it would take at least 24 to 26 minutes altogether.
Yep. So I believe it's approximately a mile away.
21 in the same direction. Why am I feeling that? Wow. No, you'll get it. Watch this, folks. Boom. What do you got?
23 minutes, 15.6 miles.
23 minutes. Come on now.
Now, this does put them on 26. It does not put them
Yes,
on 347 all back roads all the way.
No, but
it does put them on two.
It still takes them from oh.
And now,
right
if they
there.
went the back
right
roads, if they went only the back roads, we're still talking about the same distance. It just takes 3 minutes longer.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. It's in the same house.
Okay, so Carrie is saying yes.
same house.
I'm in within about a mile of where H. Hunter lives.
Y'all looking at this? It's in the same house, 3 minutes apart.
Every place they went to that day was
Look at
a
that.
5 to 7, 10-minute tops drive from each other. There was nothing more than 10 minutes away from each other.
Yep.
Other than the distance from going from 110 Ben Hill Road into Kingsport. All
right. Do me a favor, screenshot this for your record. Gotta keep this. Gotta keep this. Gotta keep this. Screenshot it. That's 3 minutes, 21, 23, 26. Then I can compare this to same route, Warriors Park, 110. Then I can go to Chimney Top Loop. Matter of fact, use that as the third destination. Chimney Top Loop.
Bear with me just a second here.
Uh-huh. Then let's see how long the whole trip is.
Okay, so you want me to add on or take a look at where Chimney Top Loop is in this?
Yep. Chimney Top Loop, Green, New York. Type it into the third.
Oh, add a destination?
Yeah, add it. Yep. Because we want, yep. Fall Branch. That's it right there. Yep. Boom. What do we got? 48?
48 minutes, 29.8 miles.
All right.
Now, again, this is not exactly in any sort of order, or I'm going to move the order around a little bit, putting the
Go to
getting Food City out of the middle of it, because that
Yeah.
does change where everything is.
Yes,
It's
it
43 miles and 43 minutes, 23.9 miles.
Okay.
That's putting Chimney Top Loop as the last and Food City as the starting point.
All right. Go to 110 Ben Hill Road. Put that first. Go there. Now what do we got?
48 minutes, 29.8 miles.
Okay, going up. Going up. Going up.
Now that is also, it's putting them on 26 to go there,
Yes,
and
it
then
does.
back roads to come home.
Does it connect with Merrill and Lone Star? I would
Oh,
think
100%.
so. Yes. Okay.
100%.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Right here.
Do me a favor, screenshot this, what we're looking at.
You want it zoomed in, or you want it zoomed out to full?
No, zoomed out.
Okay.
Zoomed out, because that way I can do the same thing on my map. Yeah.
I'll edit that better later.
Hey, folks, if you have a calculator, divide 48 minutes in half. What do we get? What do we get?
24.
24, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so where would 24 be? Wait. 24, 26, 81, 26. Where's Jonesboro?
Jonesboro is to the south.
Right.
It is going to be along 26. This is Johnson City. It's going to be right here.
Okay, do me a favor, put Jonesboro in the last slot.
Wait a second. Johnson City still. Jonesboro is actually, it hides. Give me a second here.
Yeah, take your time.
There it is. I was pointing the wrong direction. It's out here.
Okay, that's it. That's it.
It's been a minute since I've been to Johnson City.
All right, so type in Jonesboro as the last tag.
Okay, so everybody knows how significant Jonesboro is to everything that we're talking about. It goes beyond being DW's place of work.
118 connects to the same damn freaking place. Look at that map. Look at that map. Jonesboro on that route connects to Chimney Top Loop, connects to Blair's Gap, connects to 347, and everything that Candace did that day.
Mm-hmm.
1 hour and 18 minutes.
Cut that now.
Halfway point. Give me a halfway point. Cut 118 in half.
I was going to say let's go ahead and bring up another map here, and I'm going to set this up real quick off, and I'll bring it up.
Screenshot it. Screenshot it before you do.
Oh, I already have that screenshotted.
Okay.
I'm bringing up another instance of the map.
Good.
Because yes, the distance between these locations and the time frame is important when you're putting the full story together. But let's just take a look at 110 Ben Hill Road, just in the generic of Jonesboro. And folks, when you do just a generic of a town name, it's going to point you to one place and one place only. That is
going towards Sullivan County, right?
Yes, it is. I'm starting at 110 Ben Hill Road. I can reverse that if we need. It's going to be the same thing.
I think I know where you're going. Yep.
Okay. The place that it's going to put you in Jonesboro, when you do a map search and you put a generic of just a town name in, it's going to put you at the post office, the origin of the zip code. Okay. Let's keep that in mind when we take a look at this. Bear with me a second here.
Take your time. 118.
I'll bring that back up in a moment. I didn't touch it. I just took it off the view for a moment.
Take your time. 118.
Take a look at this. This is Ben Hill Road to Jonesboro, or Jonesboro to Ben Hill Road, rather. However you wish to say, it's going to work out the same way.
That's the same thing that Don said it took to get from Jonesboro back home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're right.
40, 37, 36. All right, so let's go 40. 40 off of the main route, 36 off of the blue route.
The blue route is the shortest.
Yes. That's the route I would have taken.
And I tell you, there is a shorter way that the maps don't calculate.
All right, so go ahead, do it. Do it.
If you were to be out in the backside of the complex that he was doing construction work, mudding work, remember, he's a mudder.
Yeah, he was doing drywall. Throw it up, lay it over, let it dry.
Think about what a mudder does. Fills in the gaps. Fills in the gaps. Uh-oh. What has he always done when he spoke? Filled in the gaps. Okay. If you were to, out of the complex he worked in, and I'm not sure if it's going to let me zoom in very far. This is a snip. It's not the actual, ignore that red mark. Okay. He did not work in the center of Jonesboro.
No.
It was actually up and over here, north of Wetlands Water Park. I'm telling you, he could have gotten on 81
I would think. I would think that.
here.
And then cut south.
He got on 81 here, which was quicker by about 5 to 10 minutes than the routes that you're seeing on this on what Google Earth, Google Maps shows you.
And go where?
He comes up one exit, and he's already right by.
Can you zoom? Can you zoom?
Let me switch over to the actual map.
Okay.
That's just a snip here. Let me switch over to the actual map.
Mm-hmm.
He's right by Chimney Top Loop.
Bet he is.
Bear with me just a second here, guys. I
Bet
appreciate
he
your.
is. Yeah, it takes time. Takes time on my computer.
I got a good computer, but it takes me a second or two to navigate. I'm one of those people that
now you know what I go through. So.
I'm one of these people that I'm nerdy enough that I can build my own computer, and I know what's good and what's not good to put into a computer together. But to navigate through stuff, sometimes it just takes me a moment, folks. My age will show then.
30.
Let's see here. Okay, so this is just a map that I grabbed. All right, so I said he could jump on here, the Marathon gas station.
Going south.
He would actually go this way. 81, it would be north.
No, going south, coming out of Jonesboro. It would be
Jonesboro.
south. Yeah. If you came out of Jonesboro, hit that conduit, that's north of where we are.
Look what I'm drawing your attention to, folks.
Okay.
Tucker Drywall. Hello? If he came out of here, he's going back roads, jumping on 81 out here to come over here.
Drop south. Go ahead and drop south. And oh shit. Wait. I saw it.
What are you looking for?
Okay, no. 81. I'm looking at 81. 81. What is that? Jarrell. Wait. Stop moving. Geraldstown route. It's a side route that goes parallel to 81. Go south. Horton Highway. I'll be damned.
That's what I was pointing out.
Horton Highway.
He got on the
one parallel to 81. Yeah. Which goes directly to Chimney Top Loop. Yep. There it is.
Tonight, we figured out answers.
Yeah. Why would he think someone took his daughter in this particular area? Now, I checked this property. It's under a trust. One name under a trust. The property directly across the street from this property, directly on Chimney Top Loop and Horton Highway.
Are you referring to a trust that's
2.28 acres?
Are you talking about a trust that's controlled by somebody in Florida?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
A local says, aha.
See, the thing about when I did this, I didn't drop names to dox anyone because I wanted to make sure that all the geographical areas that I was covering at that time, if there were name similarities or different names, which they were apparent, I said, well, discussing this, you don't drop names
Mm-hmm.
because, if anyone wanted to follow the work that I was doing, all they had to do was just go to the website and then find out what the name was, and no one has ever came out to say, oh, across the street was the Smiths or the Barneys or the Joneses and whatnot, which was good because I don't dox.
Alton Harris, you make an excellent point. That's exactly something I was saying.
Yeah,
Just because he went to a different physical building, he still belonged to that organization.
right.
They would honor and respect that.
Yeah. The time frame fits right into Donald Wells's narrative of Chimney Top Loop, but still, he never explained why he believed someone took his daughter in that direction. Because it goes through the holler, comes on the other side of the mountain, before 81 hits Horton Highway, makes a right turn all the way through, and he ends up taking us on videotape through this area called Chimney Top Loop that, he believes would be the ideal place for someone to have taken his daughter. Now, if that was I don't know, a cover,
Mm-hmm.
we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There is a church there.
Mm-hmm.
There is a church and a cemetery, but 221.8 acres of land says a lot to me. It has always said a lot to me. That's the biggest parcel out there that's not cut up.
Now, you were making reference, and I promised you we would go back to taking a look at this. I
Yeah.
don't want to forget.
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is the infamous 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
When I say how crooked this street is, I literally mean this street is just so crooked, it's not even
It
funny.
is. It is.
It has bends, twists, turns, and from you're coming off of Beach Creek Road up here,
Yep.
you would never expect it. You would actually expect it ends here before this curve.
Yeah, because there's a dead end sign right there. So you wouldn't think, oh, shit, I can keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Well before that sign showed up.
Their own driveway, which you kind of have to draw a line and be creative because you can see that this is 110 Ben Hill Road. This is the loop around the house.
Yep.
It comes down. But where does it connect to Ben Hill Road? Because if you keep going.
But now, since you're here, blow the map up just a little bit and let's focus on the driveway.
That's the problem.
Pull up a little bit. Pull up. Jody Sue says from her driveway to their driveway, this red flash, this vehicle, this car went up the road to a point to where it never came to the top where the house was. It stopped like halfway where the basement was. And I'm going, how the fuck would you know that? You're listening all that hard to this sound of tires crushing gravel and dirt going up their property. Was this before the scream or after the scream? You know? And I'm going, and she goes, the car didn't make it to the top where Grandis's camper was. It stayed about up the driveway, but not all the way up the driveway, like halfway toward where the basement door was. And I'm saying, damn, that is exact. Why would you put a red flash of some vehicle up on that driveway, not knowing if it's a car or a truck? Now, listen to what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, you could tell where this vehicle stopped near that basement door. Why would you say that? Not unless you knew what was going on, one side of me says. The other side says, oh, you giving out all that, then you were there. See? Hearing this from your house is one thing, but then being there to see it happen is another thing. That's two. The third thing, yeah, that's where Jody Sue's house is. You see where he's circling with the arrow?
There's a reason I'm circling that.
Yeah, how do you see that all the way there?
As I like to say,
in June terrain.
I like to say, she has to have James Bond level 007
or fucking binocular
spyware.
Yeah.
Spy equipment to have heard. Now, granted, I will give you, I had a purpose for it, and my purpose of this has not been fulfilled. I don't feel that it is completed. Okay. So I have plans that I'm going to go back to this cemetery. Okay. It's for a different purpose altogether. And I know some people don't accept that. I'm not going to go into that. That's not the feature and the focus of tonight. You can hear when people are over here talking. The sound will travel. And I can promise you it was not people hollering, but you could hear that people were over here in this direction, out of their vehicle, walking around. You cannot make out what they are saying. Not to the clarity that JSB claims you can hear.
Yeah.
And I have persons that will attest that my hearing is extremely good. If I cannot make out what they're saying, and it's a decent amount of space going across here from the cemetery to 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yep.
You can hear that people are talking or hollering or using outdoor voices, but you cannot make out what they are saying. Not to the level that JSB says that she could hear from here to here. Through woods, up and down terrain. It's not flat here, folks.
No, it's not. No,
you go downhill in here to only go back uphill over here.
That's correct. That's correct. It's approximately between Donald Wells's house all the way to Jody Sue's top house, the front cabin, 649 feet. If you go to the back house, that's about 675. Mm-hmm. It's well over 600 feet across. From driveway to driveway, you have about 350 feet from that point. So if I went from Jody Sue's house all the way to Don Wells's driveway, the bottom end where that mailbox is, I'd have to at least hear 300 feet from that point if I had the doors open. But she said she was inside the cabin. Doors were closed, the windows were open, the kids were being, I guess, themselves. And all of a sudden, they hear this innocuous scream, which they can't explain, which has not been explained to this date. Yeah, come on.
Carrie will, yeah, oh, you're right. But Carrie Lawson is saying JS is a super spy.
Yeah, you know. So
it seems far fetched. It really does, guys. But
I
if you're old
guarantee you
enough,
she's got binoculars in the house watching these people,
Oh.
being neighbors and shit, you know.
oh no, we can outright say, okay, there is a level of paranoia that would be happening with this house.
Oh, big time.
That is a topic that I was part of on Nita's World, and I know some people will know exactly what I'm talking about a specific TCA criminal code and what that means as far as a Tennessee state registration. Okay, there is a certain amount of paranoia that would happen. That what you're saying, a pair of binoculars is not the only thing that would exist on that property. Okay, so if my chat is inferring or answering for or saying what I'm not saying, I'm pretty sure that without even looking at it, I know what they're saying.
I know you know what they're saying.
Yes, Cherokee. I'm not denying that the sound does travel, but
yes, it does. It does.
But the paranoia that happens with what happened, what JSB has been criminally charged with, only amps it up and amplifies what to an nth degree her level of paranoia and wanting to know what her neighbors would know. Okay, to give you an idea of what this is, if you're old enough to remember the TV show Bewitched.
Oh yeah,
good old Mrs. Kravitz, living across the street, knew everything that she believed to know about what happened in the house across the street. That I can't remember the family name that was supposed to be, but the house that was supposed to be the story that the family was living in. Okay. Have a good night, Anita. Thank you for somebody
Anita
said they had
here?
to go.
Oh, Aneta.
Okay. Aneta, my apologies.
Aneta. Okay.
I know somebody said they had to go to bed, but there's a great chat. Aneta Graf, thank you very much for coming out. If anybody else has to leave, please, before you do go, hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell so you know when I go live. But the level of paranoia and knowing what other people know and watching who comes and who goes off your street. Mrs. Kravitz was a saint. If you follow my parallel there, it would make Mrs. Kravitz look like a saint. Carrie knows. I'm not repeating it. Yes, the Stevens home. You're exactly right. That's the name. Carrie knows exactly what I mean. And yes, I apologize. This is I'm not coming out right and saying this because I don't have proof of this but to say that I was there and
Not
what
yet.
I heard and what I observed, and with what I have heard and observed, and I can add on to it, it is logically a logical path to this. There, but it's still I am supposing that this is correct. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Where the wind blows. Exactly. There's a great movie with a slightly different title, but exactly. But John, my goal tonight was the what we my goal tonight, and we far out exceeded my goal. It's been a great conversation. I know everybody. I'm sure everybody has enjoyed this, and light bulbs have gone on. Light bulbs have turned on to go. Oh boy, I see things in a new light now.
You should.
And I'm sure our audience, our chat the room does. But all the credit for the whole entire going down and trying to figure out who the uppers are
Yeah, that's deep.
comes from questions you asked on your channel. And this dissertation, I actually found this dissertation that we were talking about tonight back in October, September, October. And I've read over it, and every single the meaning of it does not change when you have something and you can read something multiple times, and as you relate it, it's related to Summer Wells in this case, and something happens and the meaning changes, and you can just go, oh, that chuck that out, it has no relevance.
Right.
The opposite has happened. This document has only, in my mind, and I'm going to tell you, this is my truth on this. It's where what I see, and I can say, I think I can fairly say that this is not a conspiracy theory or anything like that. If you keep your mind open to what I explained tonight, it is very plausible that the church is so involved, it's not even funny. And I don't mean the church as in the whole entire church. I mean persons within that one particular church.
When you take a look at all the evidence that we've been looking at, all this is attached to people. Identifications are attached to people. Where they work, what car they drive, where they live, what their address is, et cetera, et cetera. When you can take a look at this whole damn thing and begin to identify people, damned if this case doesn't make you try to identify every single one that was around Summer. And it goes to, as CM would say from his channel, victimology. You have to know who was around Summer.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to suspectology, you have to know who was around Summer that would cause her harm, hence suspect. Okay, so in that aspect, since none of law enforcement has taken anyone off the board, everyone is still a primary in this case. Everyone. Because there has been no definitive, nothing solid hook, line, and sinker shit that would link anything to Summer on the day that she went missing. And that's where we have to say, why? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Was she home? We really can't tell. But Chris doesn't want to leave the home. What says she made it there? If we saw her in the van on the TikTok video, that is the last place we all have seen Summer, is in a moving vehicle. It's
Headed in the direction of her home.
Of her home, correct. But it starts there. Remember that. It starts in a moving vehicle between Merrill and Lone Star, according to what a lot of YouTubers have coined a piece of video regarding that TikTok that they were able to capture.
Mm-hmm.
They were headed home. Nothing says they ever made it, though. Nothing says they ever arrived. All we get from that point is Candace's narrative.
Right. And this is where I believe that Chris McDonough, I have no problem with saying his name on my channel and the interview room.
Okay.
This is where I believe that Chris McDonough says that he wants to leave 110 Bell Hill Road, but he cannot, because the TBI, FBI, whatever the case may be, the Hawkins County Sheriff, that paperwork that they put out and they've made public says last known was outside of her home in the early afternoon.
That's why I say if she was last known outside of her home, outside, I'm in the van with Summer.
Bingo.
Leaning up against the milk jugs.
Bingo.
I don't know if Summer made it home.
Bingo.
They're telling me that she did.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen the proof.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
I do not believe she ever got out of the truck. The vehicle.
I don't believe that either. I
don't believe she ever got out of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I said at the start, there was something darker and more nefarious that was going to happen to Summer than what did.
Yep. I never believed that she ever left that van. Everything else was Candace trying to explain everything away from that point. And nothing that Candace says makes sense at all. Where the boys were, why she left them to begin with. Why she even left her boys home to begin with. Now you go figure that out.
Well, here we go. Let's look at what Cherokee just said. That's because the brothers placed her there with the TBI.
Huh.
The statement they make, the TBI makes, was that about her mom is that if you can take into consideration the supposed question that Ronnie Lawson has asked for YouTube to kick around and talk about, was that what happened, or why did it take 4 hours for them to report her missing?
Yeah.
You take that into consideration from the time that the phone call was made to report her missing. That puts you approximately 2:30 p.m.
Put you back in the van.
Put you back in the van. That puts you back in the middle of Kingsport.
Yeah.
That puts you out front of H's house.
Yeah.
Because H got dropped off somewhere between 2 and 2:30. According to Allie,
H and Allie were the last ones to see Candace, Grandma, and Summer physically there before they left. So now you go from their house and we have a missing blank because everything outside of that TikTok video that we see Summer in,
Mm-hmm.
whether her hands are up or down and all, that's it. That is the final evidence that we have of this case. That's
Yes.
what we got. So they're on the road. So hence we have to follow a road.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to bring up, what you brought up tonight is eye-opening. We have to then go to victimology. We have to go to suspectology. Everybody that's involved, church included, where they are on the route home, everything, in order to take a look at a timeline that just has not made sense since the police were dispatched.
Discovering the truth, I have the same issues with spell check. So trust me,
Yeah.
if I don't understand something, I go back and read it twice and make sure I ask questions. Don't ever worry about that. I'm not trying to. If I do something like that, I'm not trying to pick on somebody. I'm trying to make sure I understand you. Okay, but I just want to make sure it's if I ever do that, I do appreciate your comment and I do see what you asked. And you wonder if it might have been the youngest dressed like Summer, because apparently they didn't have a good scent for Summer because they all shared, it's supposed to be clothes. Now, how many boys wear pink outfits? Aha. Like what you're thinking. I like the critical thought behind the question.
Oh, yeah.
Were they hand-me-downs from True?
40.
Were they hand-me-downs from a neighbor? Were they 50-cent, 10-cent yard sale buys? Because trust me, folks, you go over to Bristol, you have one heck of a large flea market that happens every single Saturday and is open 7 days a week. It's right down the road from Bristol Motor Speedway. Not very far away at all. It's one possibility of where the clothes come from. Yeah, Spellcheck doesn't like me either. You should see me typing out at my job. Type things 3 times just to get them spelled right once.
White Hollow, Beach Creek. There we go.
What you got, John?
Yeah, I'm looking at something on my side. There we go. Okay, so can you do a screen share for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Let me know when you send it so I can approve it.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Go for it.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
All right. So you got it. All right. So y'all see this, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
All right. So yeah.
You can get where the wind blows. You can get shoes at the flea market over in Bristol with no problem.
All right. So with everyone in the chat, if you didn't know, This is what 11.2 acres looks like off of Beach Creek and Ben Hill Road. Right there. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
This would be considered an immediate search area. Right there. That's a lot. This is a lot of land, as you can see. For a 5-year-old to go missing. One says she went down a dog trail and the scent disappeared here on Ben Hill Road. Now, if you take a look at Ben Hill Road directly across from the property, here, this property here is Jackie Dobbs. Right there. 2.28 acres of land. Now, this is the guy who left on the 16th and never came home. Off of Ben Hill Road, adjacent to the driveway. If anybody was around that would hear a scream, he would.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
It's actually believed that he actually left, and I'm not trying to correct John in any way.
Yeah.
It's believed that he actually left on the 14th.
On the 14th, okay. But a day before, now we have the day of, and now we have the day after. But this, if you didn't realize it, is Jackie Dobbs' property compared to the wells. Right there. There's the wells. Right there. Oh, that's Dobbs. Right there. Right at the foot of the driveway. Right there. Now, Jackie said that his driveway comes up this way into his property. It's almost like an L-shaped loop that goes boop like that into his property. And all of this is Jackie's. Right across the street from the Wells property. Outside the driveway. Go here where RJ went earlier. This is where Jody Sue and Andy Bernard lived. And this is under a different owner. They never owned the property, folks. So for her to be on video talking about and acting like if she's a property owner, wrong. This belongs to Andy's mom, Polly. All this off of Ben Hill Road to Simpson, right there. And here's the driveway that goes up that dam to the house. The cabin is here and the house is here, like RJ showed us. Now you take a look at the footage between Ben Hill and that driveway up to the first cabin where Jody Sue said everything that she's been talking about, even tonight. Because if you go to her channel, I guarantee you, she's sitting up there talking like a duck. On property she never owned. On property she can't really talk about. other than the fact that Andy Bernard, his folks, own this property. All this shit. Watch this. Watch this. Now you can see it. And why Jody Sue was so adamant about Jackie Dobbs stepping on the property line and all this other stuff. How do you do that when you don't own shit? You don't own nothing. So why would you complain about someone stepping on your property when you don't even own it? I had a hard time with that argument.
Now everybody understands.
I don't have a hard time now.
Well, now everybody can understand why I kind of get a little flippant when somebody tries to bring up something JSB says. And I will turn around and answer to you and that person has absolutely no value of anything she says. And I apologize that I get flippant, but the point is that what she says and what she tries to put out there, guys, I'm just being honest. Tonight I think you all can see where that I set my bar high. Of when I say I know something, or I understand something, and you might want to listen. I set my bar really high on that. She has absolutely no value of information pertaining to Summer Wells' disappearance.
Yeah.
Other than it's to help with misinformation.
Take a look at something. Oh.
While he's doing that, does anybody know where Jody Sue Brown's family actually has property?
See this? That's the first cabin. It's the first cabin. Now you can see for yourself between the Wells home, way up on top of the hill, well across Ben Hill Road, to her area. How many feet is that? Right here. It's right here. Right there.
Right it was like 598, 600 feet a moment ago.
Wait, right there. Right there. Right there. Can you see it? That's 600 feet. House to house on that hill. That's a lot of space for sound. Any kind of sound. Let's break it down again. So, go here. Right there. I get rid of this. What did I do? 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 Oop. Oh, wow.
Not exactly what you wanted to do.
I screwed that up, but cook. Knoxville, Forest Green, Kingsport. See what you got to do. Boop. Blair's Gap. Sorry about that. Beach Creek. There we go. Light. Bell. There we go.
Ben Hill.
All right. So we got Donald's property here. You can see it registered on the map, all that land. I can imagine what EquiSearch went through covering that land. Who owns the property between Beach Creek and Ben Hill? Let's take a look. Donnie Lee Chambers. Chambers family owns this right there. Off of Beach Creek as you enter Ben Hill with the dead end sign right there with the red truck and all this other stuff. And then you go ahead and make your way up Ben Hill Road.
Just so everybody is aware, that family that lives on the corner,
Yeah.
by reputation, is actually the only good family that lives on Ben Hill Road.
Probably is. Probably is. Here you have Jackie Dobbs. Just got finished purchasing the property to retire. Now, you've heard his interview with, who was it? Andy B. or Don B.
Don B.
Don B. And I'm listening to the guy, and he sounds down to earth. Straight up. And that these folks next door were looking for him in the holler. They were looking for him in the holler when he went to the hotel. They thought he went to Billington or something, but they were looking for him somewhere else, and he felt that they were looking for him to off him and to plant evidence on his property. If you heard him right. And he told Don B. that law enforcement never contacted him about searching his property since he was gone. I said, what? That's exactly what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement did not contact me at all to ask me whether they can search my property for summer. I said, oh shit. Guess where they need to be right now?
I believe EquiSearch has actually searched that property. To eliminate it.
What to Dobbs?
Mm-hmm.
They have searched this.
Mm-hmm. EquiSearch has. I'm not saying that that was searched within the couple days or within a few days of Summer disappearing.
Right.
I'm saying that at some point I'm confident in
when
saying
they
that
got
it
there, when they
was
got there.
searched.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Because 2.2 acres, 28 acres of land is what he owns compared to Jody Sue and Andy Bernard's alleged property here of 16.7 acres. And nothing has been filed to say whether any of that had been searched. I mean, according to, what I've been going over, she has not said at all. They searched our property from head to toe, from Ben Hill Road all the way to the back ends of the property, all the way where the next property lies. And as we can see, that belongs to Fred Hill.
Yep.
Now, Fred Hill's property is right there. Now you can see Fred Hill on that area owns 6.23 acres of property right on Ben Hill going all the way back. This is his. A little small parcel, not really big compared to that one.
So I asked the questions of the chat earlier of whether or not persons knew where Jody Sue's family had property. If you would, scroll south a little bit on the map, and come up like a southwest direction along Simpson Road.
Right here.
Drag the map to the southwest type of. Like you're going off past the Simpson Road and
right
going over to the next holler over.
Back here. Yeah, that's a big one.
That's not the property I'm talking about, though. If you go to the Westmore, there's another big one.
Yeah.
There is a piece of property that runs parallel to Beach Creek Road, and it sits back off the road some, and it's I'm not seeing where it is right off the top of my head. Somebody was asking about how Andy and JSB were together for so long. JSB has family, has property that's in this area, and I forget exactly where it is.
That's Fields. You're talking about Fields.
That she is not allowed on any longer. And it has been a long time that she has not been allowed on this property. Her family doesn't want her on the property.
A lot of this property from this, and anyone can go to Tennessee Property Viewer, and you can take a look at just maybe 5 miles of all of this Beach Creek stuff. You will come into two names.
All right, go.
Very powerful names.
Four names.
Morlock and Light.
Okay.
Morlock and Light. And the property that Donald's mom had acquired, if we go back to 110, you can see under the categories of the subdivision here that this was purchased real simple. Got Donald Wesley Wells Jr., 110 Ben Hill Road, parcel number 11.2, subdivision, CJ Morlock Farms.
Yeah, my purpose of bringing that up, guys, is that while she wasn't living with Andy this whole entire time, she was in that area for quite a long time.
Go next door. Look at this. Not too far. Let's go there. What do you see? What is this subdivision?
Morlock Farm.
Morlock. Let's go next door. Where are we going now?
Morlock Farm.
See? There's a lot going on with that name. Let's go back here.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Dobbs property.
There we go again. There's that name again.
You see, so when researching this, you start to take a look at what is consistent with this whole entire land development. Let's go here. Now there's none. Now there's none. Go here.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's none. Go here. Where Fred Hill lives. Now there's none. Go back here. Now there's none. Here.
Oh, look at that. We got a new name in the ballgame.
Yeah. So all this, you begin to, and look at how fucking close everything is. Let's go here. Right next to the Wells property. Outside the driveway, here, property line. We think the Wells owns all of this back. Nope. And let's go here. Now look at that. They got people along Beach Creek on one side to the other, right across Beach Creek. Go there on that parcel.
There's another very common name.
Yeah, Dykes. And you'll continue. And as far as I can continue to go, you'll see Dykes
Mm-hmm.
all pop up in this area. Morlock, Dykes, and Likes, and Lights. So when Scott H talks about, and Michelle After Dark talks about family, bloodline, owning this region of Beach Creek, they ain't lying. Because it's all through here.
Mm-hmm.
It's all through here.
Check that out there, John Q. What was once all Morlock Farm was
Yeah.
a land grant.
You got Kermit W. Light,
Mm-hmm.
Thelma Light, Country Places. Let's go where Cam and Alley went. Anthony Light. Anthony Light. Jamie Fields. Eugene Fields. When you start to chip through this, Chimney Top Revocable Trust. Chimney Top. Wait a minute. Chimney Top is way over here near 81. off of Horton Highway. You begin to zero in these areas to see the land strips that these people have bought all over the damn place. Bobby Lynn Bernard. Oh, really?
You saw that too.
Really? 36.43 acres. Let's go here. Go here. Sandra Bernard. See what I'm getting at? Rhonda Light.
Mm-hmm.
Simpson Loop. Now we get back to close to Summer's house. Delmer Morlock. Marvin Lee and Doris Bernard. Kermit William Light. You have the light there. Dykes there. Dykes there. Dykes there. Chambers. Bernard. Bernard. Y'all get my drift? And I'm only
I totally get it.
Yeah, I'm only showing you this because not many people know this. All this is around here. This little 110 Ben Hill Road. Summer went missing on the 15th of June of 2021. And you mean to tell me, out of all of this area, out of all these families, and if I'm not mistaken, Don and Candace lived here at least 13 years, give or take. 12, 13 years, roughly.
It's been longer, from my understanding. He's
Okay.
been with Tucker Drywall for 13 years.
Yeah, 13 years. Okay. So, and with Jody Sue and Andy Bernard and his family all up in this hedge here,
Mm-hmm.
not owning anything. And Jody Sue is wondering and worrying about property lines with Jackie Dobbs when she doesn't own shit. Nothing.
So,
Nothing.
what on Sunday morning? For some of you were there. I called in to Nita's World and spoke to Nita on her live for a good amount of time. Do you remember that I said that this area is about to clean itself out? It's about to police itself, and it does not need the county, the town, or the police department to do what I was saying. Does the picture now become clearer of how that's going to happen?
Yeah, you were talking about attrition.
I was talking also about that people are going to all of a sudden move.
Yeah, well, Jody Sue and Andy, as far as we know, Jody Sue is out of this area. It doesn't take away from. It doesn't really take away from Andy or his family, property owners, from doing anything else than evicting Jody Sue from it, which is a good thing.
I the whole idea of I have a vague idea of where Jody Sue is from things I heard on her live one day. And let me just put it this way. If I owned a trailer or I owned a mobile home, it's not exactly the mobile home site, mobile home location that I would want to be putting a home in.
It's in one of those areas.
Oh, it is that area. It's not one, it is that area.
Okay. Okay. But I wanted folks to see a very big, I guess, visual as to Donald Wells' property, Jackie's property, how big that is, aka Jody Sue and Andy Bernard when they were here. You got Fred Hill, not too far.
Discover the truth. Do me a favor and go ahead and remove that comment. I don't. I'm not. I'm not here to uh, uh, to try to dox somebody. I don't like even putting somebody's approximate street address. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we were just pointing out a lot of the different family members that Michelle After Dark, Scott H.,
Mm-hmm.
a host of other content creators had already perused over this area real good. And when you can take a look at what they were talking about on a map, and like I said, you can find Tennessee Property Viewer, Google it, then go to the site, then it'll bring the same mechanism that I'm using right now up. You can take a look at the whole entire area yourself. Then you can do your research and tie all these different names. Light Road, every place that Cam and Alley went in terms of Fields Road to Light Road, all what's back here. The sad thing about the map, whether you be on this one or Google Earth, is that the maps don't depict everything. However, what you will find in these maps.
Discover, I apologize. I did not mean it that way. I was referring to her family owned that's in the Beach Creek area. That's all I was referring to. My apologies if I was not clear on that.
Yeah. You will find roads that cut through these areas designated all throughout the holler. Candace said she went through the holler. When you can go through these hollers, you better know where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
You can go from one side all the way to the other, just like we talked about, just like Scott talked about, Scott H.
Mm-hmm.
And get to the other side, all the way to the same place that Donald went to Chimney Top Loop, which is Horton Highway, one of the major strips on the other side of the holler that he went to on Mr. and Mrs. Share's channel. Why he went there, which is going up a huge land portion. Excuse me. If I can find it. A huge land portion that had me startled because I said, well, shit, if he went
It
all
literally
the way,
makes no sense that this land parcel is there where it is.
Horton Highway is a cryptic kind of
I think you need to
place.
scroll out and go to the west a little bit.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me come back. Down.
Um,
I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm going up. Right there.
okay.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Chimney Top Loop all the way around. Horton Highway, Chimney Top Loop here, Chimney Top Loop there, all the way around this sucker.
Hang on 1 second, John. 1 second.
Yeah.
Discover the truth. Nobody's in trouble. You're perfectly fine. It's just I'm not upset about it. I'm not anything. My mods know that it just that I don't think it's fair to put somebody's street address. We weren't listing street addresses. If you look at what we're looking at on this map, we're not looking at a street address. We're not. Yes, we're identifying that a certain person may own the property, but we're not giving away their address out on on YouTube. I'm not upset with anybody. I'm not. I appreciate you working with Carrie to allow her to go ahead and remove that. In my book, you're all good. Don't worry about it. I promise you. There's nothing.
And this is public information. Like I said, you can go to the Tennessee Property Viewer yourself, Google it. It'll bring it up. Click it. It'll bring up this particular page with maps and everything. And you can do this yourself. So it's not like we're revealing anybody's, hidden private address or anything else like that, what they do for a living, how much money they make, if they're married, what the demographics are. Nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
it just because there was a street name that I know to be in proximity of where that person we were talking about lives. I don't want that being leading to somebody else doxing them. That's why I was saying, can you remove that?
Yeah.
You're not in my book. You're perfectly fine because you didn't know how to remove it, and Carrie took care of it for you. It's you're good. I promise.
Right.
Sorry, John. I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
No, it's okay. It's okay. When Scott H and I mapped out along with True Crimes Commentary, Miss Penny, we got to this point. Krama Mama and Gavels Geeks got to this point. I said, who else is going to get to this point? There were a couple of other content creators that got to this point. And I said, the hell? Why isn't anyone naming this point? Donald said that he believed that someone took his daughter, ran down the hill with her mouth covered, threw her in a truck. She threw her in a truck, is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
And they took off. 25 or so minutes, they could be out of here.
So to give you a reference of where this story that Don Wells tells makes no sense.
Right.
Okay. You have to go through a mountain pass.
Yes, you do.
That basically has enough room for either a dirt bike or a horse. Okay. On to this other side of the mountain, then down the mountainside.
Now you
All
can
right.
see where Beach Creek is way up here, and it's got track lines all throughout the holler. If I zero in and go back to where Light Hollow Road, I can go right back to Donald's house. Oop. Let me see where I'm at. Light, Blair's Gap. Nope. And you can see the proximity right here.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say there's Dykes
Boom.
Mills just left.
Right there. Now watch this. Right there. Taylor. Chimney Chop Loop right here. Boom. It's not a far distance when we talk about travel.
It's not the distance that's the issue. It's the mountain pass that you go through. I would say 5 years ago, it would have been before Summer was born, had a rock slide. And because of the rock slide, even part of the pass is impassable.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that whole story that Don Wells wants to tell just fell apart.
All these grooves in the road and everything before you end up right back where the story started from. You know, so Candace knew exactly what happened. Mama's there, and she knows exactly what happened. Donald caught wind of it on the tail end, which I believe where you're coming in at with tonight's live. I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Candace
Well,
told him, and now he's got to save the family, so to speak, because if
right.
they found out what they were all doing, which was the alcohol, the drugs, everything with the kids, Andy and Jody Sue, and all this other shit, they did not want to get out. So
what you're seeing and what you're starting to see, which is what I was the point that I was going to come back to actually wrap up with tonight,
yeah,
to bring this full circle, is what you're seeing out of Don Wells is the beginning of he knows he's going to be getting out. He knows he has to start covering the tracks of what happened and what was said, who said what, who did what
mm-hmm.
in the last 5.5 months.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's all his letters will come out to be in the wash. In the end, that's exactly what they're going to represent. 5.5 months of covering up what happened, covering up and trying to explain what has happened. It's why he makes the point of Candace can't get a fair break and find a job. I've lost a job that I held for 13 years. He didn't lose that job because of social media, because of what YouTube Street said. He lost his job because of his actions.
I agree.
Beach Creek is cleaning itself out. I said it on Sunday and it started on Tuesday. It's only going to get more noticeable if you watch Beach Creek.
And we talked about um, the collision of Utah, in this case, out of Rogersville,
Mm-hmm.
concerning Summer um, coming to a point, coming to a head. I think that, we're on time. This is on target. A lot of what's going to come out of the indictment out of Utah for Don is going to reflect back onto what happened to Summer out of the whole thing. It's got to. It's got to.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to. And for you to, well, for us both to have had the foresight to look at that and now see it slowly coming to fruition based on your last live on 3 solid good cases that are going to be coming out of Utah against Donald. Yeah, this is about to make a very big turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a
And
big
and,
turn.
and I'm not minimizing what happened in Utah. I've made the comparison to for some of that have been around me for since the beginning, actual beginning of my channel. When I talk about Summer Wells, there is a video on this. I had a couple of I'm drawing a mental blank of the correct wording for it, but I have a couple of objects that I used to express and to explain things about this whole entire case.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the train from the freight train from the movie or the Diversion series. Okay, the books were very good. The movies were not so great, but it still was a really good, a decent movie. Let me just show you, because I know I have it, what that train looks like real quick.
You got a train?
Well, this is an artist rendition of the train.
Man, they got a train. Let's take a look at
And it has a reason or an explanation to it.
it. Yeah.
And it's going to be clear in just a moment as soon as I find it.
Okay. But according to a lot of what we talked about here tonight, it's just our thoughts. That's all it is, folks. You have thoughts about a lot of what you've been able to get from different channel creators. I like Shay's Safe Place. She's been on the beam. And regarding Jody Sue, regarding Andy Bernard, you still have Andy Hilt, aka Andy Hayes, in this loop. You still have Allie in this loop. And you don't know what any one of them are going to say next.
Mm-hmm.
at any given time. But they're saying something to give some kind of direction too. And it seems like every time they do, someone goes on the defense. And I'm saying, okay, who's going to defend this? And it just seems like Jody Sue is always on the defense. And hence
Yeah.
the reason why she's on the way she's on and dragging people into their damn sleep, telling them what she wants them to know. I mean, I'm going, damn. Where is this kid? Where's this child? You're dragging this whole damn story out 14 months. Now you got a YouTube channel, you're collecting super chat, all this money, your channel hopped just to get your channel to co-op everybody else's subscribers. That's what you did.
Okay, so this is going to be not a very big picture, but I want you to take a look at this. And I apologize. I said diversion. I meant to say divergent
Okay.
a moment ago.
All right.
So
Whatever you got.
This is the train. This is an artist rendition of what the movie would refer to as the cargo train. Okay. It's two sets of tracks parallel to each other.
Yep.
A set of freight cars on one track and for a set of freight cars on the other track, with the engine straddling the inner two sets of tracks, pulling both sets of freight cars
In the middle. Yep.
in the middle. Exactly.
Yep.
So
Can
what
you blow
you
it
have,
up? Can you blow it up?
it's not. It won't blow up the whole
Oh,
line.
there it is. There it is. There it is. You're doing it. There you go.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that better?
beautiful.
Okay. So the train. What I want you to understand out of this, and I made this point on a previous store live I did. One car, one set of freight trains or freight cars.
Yep.
Is everything that's stacking up against Don Wells. The other set of freight cars is everything that's stacking up against Candace. The person that drives this train is none other than Summer Wells. Think about that for a moment.
Nice. Yep. I got you.
When there's a couple things that I stopped sharing that just so you guys know that was intentional, but the moment you get that, and it's a visualization of that with that train, it gives you the physical idea of it's two different cases, but they're still bound together by Summer.
Right. Yes, they are.
I personally believe that Summer is no longer with us. There's some people that still believe that Summer's alive. I don't see it. I'm not going to sit here and try to persuade you of that. That's not the point of tonight's live. But that physical representation of what's going on between Utah and what's going on here in Tennessee is the connecting piece, the driving force behind all of it is Summer Wells.
That's a good point. Because that is exactly what we talked about. When we talked about the parallel lines between the two stories.
Mm-hmm.
And, the direction that these two stories have taken. For Don and Candace, which is sad. overall, 100. Sad. We saw over the last 14 months a family just go from a family to total disintegration in every aspect and shape of everything that we could ever see. We saw it all on YouTube. From Summer going missing, from the boys being taken from their parents, to the disintegration between Don and Candace, from Don trying to uphold a narrative that he was hoping that would just work to protect his family from the disintegration point. He saw it unfold right in front of him. He himself disintegrated into the same system that he tried to prevent us from seeing. Left it up to Candace. We saw what she did. Didn't look for Summer. Didn't call out any kind of group or any kind of search effort whatsoever. Talking to various different YouTubers about the same thing Donald was talking about. Now she's out the picture. Whether she's in rehab, I hope so. If she's getting herself together, I don't know. We don't know.
From what I hear around town, she's not in rehab. She never went to rehab.
Yeah. Hanging out, doing something else. And now you've got a new spokesperson taking over the YouTube waves. Jody Sue. Jody Sue was the same woman that was on the damn marathon. She had nothing negative to say about what we were doing. It's a funny thing about that woman. She had everything to say about her, I guess, victimology, if you will, what she went through, being abused. And it was a piece of paper that we can all try to, color in as to, what she went through, because she's not easy to really understand. So it does take time to listen to what she has to say in order to get what she's trying to say. Even today, But now this story is shifted like a gear shift. And she doesn't know. The funny thing about Jody Sue is that she doesn't know she's laying the evidence for her own demise on YouTube. Whether anybody caught that. I know RJ and Boss Blake did. I knew that. Yeah.
Well, I have a on my channel long before Chris McDonough said it last week. I've said there are 4 people going to be arrested with charges, and I've said it to you on one of your lives.
Yep.
There are going to be 4 people arrested with charges related to the disappearance and demise of Summer Wells. A pretty big named person in the true crime community has recently come out and said, there's 4 people, and it's time for the police to start naming who the prime suspects or who the persons of interest are.
Yeah, because you have, under the title of negligence child abuse um, at the forefront. You
Mhm.
know,
I've even gone ahead and said,
If Jody Sue can spend 8 to 10, 11, and 12 hours doing a live, what isn't
mhm,
she doing as a mother?
right.
See?
I've gone as far as to say that a couple of the persons that you're going to hear arrested, and it's going to be sooner than people expect, are going to land up with conspiracy like charges because they know they were involved, but they can't prove beyond what they can prove, charge for conspiracy related to not the full blown crime. But the police are just they're sitting back, and my understanding, and from what I've put together, the police are waiting for just a little bit more. American True Crime, I saw you come in. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. They're just waiting for just a little bit more because somebody's talking, and it's getting deeper and deeper.
When you can hear someone say that they knew someone was visiting Candace and they were selling drugs to Candace to give to the children so that they can be sedated and so they can be touched. Do you think, does anyone think that's not a like a an all-time, job stopper right there? And before it went from a domestic violence type of situation, now you've got cohorts, cohorts knowing what they're doing to their own neighbor. I've always believed that land property, was Jody Sue's ambition to perhaps even take over 110 Ben Hill Road. If Candace got fucked up that much with her family and her kids, and she lost that property, Don couldn't pay taxes on it no more. Even
Mhm.
though it was a quit claim deed involved and he couldn't pay taxes on it anymore, that goes to a foreclosure access. And who do you think would have been sniveling around if she was still on Ben Hill Road, sniveling around like she was doing when they were there? Jody Sue. If we could take what they have and move across the street, we could make it into something. See, but that backfired because she got evicted from being a renter over at 125. Her relationship
Absolutely.
got messed up. Now she's throwing the person who did the DV with her under the bus. Damn. Really? Yeah, she's doing it. So that's why I said, the more she talks and she just doesn't know that she's burying herself in all of this. And it could be totally, like RJ said, totally unrelated to Summer. What she knew that went on before Summer went missing until the time she went missing, Jesus Christ, is criminal
Hmm.
in and of itself. So, I mean, we'll get to see how the chips fall. We will. No
Absolutely.
doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I've got no doubt. And RJ, you're right. You're right. It's coming. It's a little bit slow, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
I think that we're looking at a freight train, the old freight train, the kid story. It went uphill. It's gone through its I think I can motion. Okay, it's sitting at the crest of the hill. It's inching towards that downslope. But once it gets its stride and it gets that weight behind it, once it gets that momentum behind it, watch out.
It's gonna
Because
drop.
things are going to fly.
Yep.
It's going to be like you turn around and it's going to be wham, bam, they got everybody one fell swoop.
Yeah, but for me, in the end, I want to know where summer is. You know, we
Ultimately,
all
yes.
we all do. We all
Yes.
do. We did the marathon. We did that marathon 10 days straight. And we all believed to this point somebody would have said something. We worked hard not to scam anyone, not to, you know, uh, do all the crazy shit that other content creators have got stuff out there on us, you know, to try to help find a 5-year-old. The
Mhm.
first of its kind ever to happen on YouTube was that marathon, you know, and oh, you broke regulations. You're not a 501c3. And oh, I signed a $1,500 check. I wonder if Civis Bank got it. And all this crazy stuff. Really? I mean,
No, I'm laughing. I'm laughing, but it's at the absurdity of what some people claimed and how they tried to muddy it up. What was doing crowdsourcing a large donation like that is not illegal.
no, it's not.
You do not need to be a
No,
501c3.
it's not. It's not. And I am
Organizations such as GoFundMe and this that and the other who host such a thing, they may need to go ahead and be a 501c3, but as an individual to to draw community together to do such thing, you don't need to be a 501c3.
the whole damn thing is that we were not representing the Church Hill Rescue Squad.
Exactly.
I'll say it again. We were not representing the Church Hill Rescue Squad. In no way, shape, or form will you find the words, "We are representatives of the Church Hill Rescue Squad." That is the downside of the folks out there who have a difference of opinion, thinking that we were, but we weren't. We said the Summer Wells Reward Fund. Everything that we did went to the bank, not Churchill Rescue Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Never, ever once said we represented anyone other than Summer Wells and the Reward Fund. You can go back and take a look at those videos. And Miss Q worked hard at putting together yeah, Jesus Christ, my head still spins. That was a very successful fundraiser, a crowdsourcing based upon our subscribers, hers, mine, Boss Blake, yours, every content creator subscriber that wanted to contribute did. Yet
Well,
none of them made a complaint about what we were doing. Now go figure that one out.
Well, I made it very clear that my role, my responsibility in this, I was in the chat room. We weren't on that level of knowing each other yet. Miss
Communication
Q
at
and
the
myself,
time,
or
yeah.
you, and that I wasn't involved to the aspect of the operation of the crowdsourcing, what happened, but for speaking with you and Miss Q. By the way,
Yeah.
how is Miss Q doing through this? I'm not asking you to speak on any sort of like legal side, but how is she doing personally
No,
going through this?
I've been in contact with Miss Q. Um, she sounds lovely as usual. Um, she's she laughs at a lot of what came out, but nonetheless, we stand our ground because, you know, obviously across the board, we knew exactly what we were doing
Mhm.
in terms of crowdsourcing. You know, it was subscribers, it was anyone who followed a channel that wanted voluntarily to participate in what we were doing. Those are the ones that gave.
Right.
There
And,
weren't a lot. There weren't a lot. There were not a lot of folks. If you go to Miss Q's channel and take a look at all of the super chats and the cash apps and the PayPals and everything that came in, she's got it lined up right there. It's always been there for a long time. But no one seems to want to go to her channel to see the evidence of what we did. More or less,
Mhm.
you know, go through 10 days of the marathon, which obviously it was a lot of time. But nonetheless, she took the liberty to make sure that everything was covered
Absolutely.
to this day, you know.
Absolutely. And like I said, I know you because of potential legal or anything like that. I'm not asking anything legal. I just wanted to say how she was doing. I
Yeah,
want to be clear.
she's good. She's
Great.
good.
Great.
She's good.
That's awesome. I'm glad she's doing good. The live that I had done the night that the court filing happened, you know, I was clear about like I could not be involved in that fund, and not only that I didn't know you, wasn't involved in the planning or anything. Didn't know Miss Q enough as well either. It just what I could do at that time is just to be in the chat, be supportive, and uh, be rah rah fan for a couple days, or when I can go in there, and that's exactly what I did. And I'm not trying to say I did anything major, just you know, I'm glad that Miss Q is, for lack of a better word, at the moment treading water, swimming through the water, the shark infested water that somebody
She's above it. She's above it.
right. But I'm saying she's navigating through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yep. Yep.
That somebody else laid there and it should have never been put there.
It was only put there only because they didn't contribute and they wanted to crowd source themselves a different way
Right.
by collectively trying to get their subscribers to complain about what we were doing. And this is
Right.
all from the UK, by the way. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
all from the UK. You know, anybody in America who was in America at the time of the marathon, no complaints. And anybody that wanted a refund got one because
Hmm.
Miss Q made sure that she gave the refunds. She waited a little bit just to make sure that whatever refunds that were came in, and it was only about 4 that she told me came in. After that, she released the money. All of it went through 2 wire transfers and a certified check for the
Exactly.
amount that was posted on the lives. And what these people stand to gain, I have no idea. notoriety, oh, they were wrong, they fucked up, and we caught them, and all the, oh, yeah. They don't stand to gain anything because guess what? It was all meant for summer.
Mm-hmm.
All of
Exactly.
it was meant for summer. Where is summer? Where is summer? Now, if it goes from the Churchill Rescue Squad over to the Children's Advocacy Center, which it was designated to after the terms were up, uh, will they do the same thing? We don't know until that happens, but all of it was to find Summer. Just find her. Bring her home. Dead or alive, bring her home so we can close this damn story. And we can all look back at this story to know that we were all a part of it in some way, shape, or form, to say that, we did something. Something, we're not sitting behind a computer just talking. We did something to try to help.
Mm-hmm.
And damn the title of the civil suit with the court, you know, let no good deed go unpunished. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well, that phrase, and the reason they put that phrase in there, I think it exemplifies exactly what they understood the intentions behind the donations that
Yeah,
were made into that
right,
for the Summer Wells Reward Fund.
right,
And somebody decided that they were going to go poke a stick into a hornet's nest and see if they can come out with some honey.
right.
And you have fallout now.
Yeah, you do. Only because that's what they wanted to do.
Hmm.
But the beautiful part in the end, Miss Q said, and she told me, John, if I got to go down Tennessee, which I'm already gearing for, I'll be there.
Well, if
Everything
it
else, everything else will be over computer. That's fine. That's fine. But she
it,
is solid as a rock. You
well,
know.
if you guys do end up coming down here for a court hearing or something like that, and you're here on a day that I can join up with you guys,
Yeah, we'll take pictures.
sit down and have lunch, do something. We'll definitely get something together.
We'll
We'll
definitely
we'll
have a dinner. Yep.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure, and I don't think that I would be sticking my nose out too far from where it is. I'm sure Carrie would also join us. She does, knowing where she is from. I think she would be happy to join
Oh,
us.
Cherry would be there. Oh,
Oh
damn.
yeah, oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, well, you definitely got first class wherever, wherever. But I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna
Before you
let
do,
you close out. I'm gonna let
before
you.
you do go,
Yeah.
we started
Yep.
off tonight with a quick update from the AP News about Uvalde, about Pete Arendano.
Yes.
It's now looking like, as a Cherokee girl had let us know in the chat just a few moments ago, will be resigning on Saturday.
Good.
This was originally that they're holding a Board of Education meeting on Saturday to decide his future. But now it looks like he's ready to resign.
Yeah, he needs to have criminal charges, as I posted early in the live,
Mhm.
against him for not taking action. He called his team to stand down because he was under the impression, however he got it, that it was a non-active shooting incident
Mhm.
when it was. When it was. So whatever his story is, he still takes the fall because of how they acted. Looking at the um, video surveillance footage, and Mr. Boss Blake and I looked at that video hard,
Mhm.
and I know you did because we sent you a copy too.
Oh,
And
that and some other things
yeah,
I've
yeah,
researched on my own, and I think I've thrown to you guys as well.
yeah, yeah, back and forth. It's a hard thing to look at. It's a really hard thing to hear, knowing that here's law enforcement being watched, protecting our kids in school, you know, early school in their lives. And someone walks in, teenager, 18, decides to walk in there with an AR-15. The
Mhm.
last story we heard of, the last one, was an AR-15. I called boss right away. I said, boss, uh, looked up the information on the gun that was used. Goddamn AR-15.
Mhm.
But now they're using different language not to say an AR-15 right up front. They're using a Sig Hauser 400 MP kind of language. And most people are going, okay, what the hell's that? It's an AR-15 weapon. When you hear these weapons, these digits and numbers rattled out by these law enforcement officials, whether they be commanders or chiefs or whoever gives the news in a press conference, just look it up, Google it, and it'll bring you to the weapon that you need to take a look at. And the last shooting that we had is an AR-15. Same damn thing. But good thing there was a Samaritan there. Good Samaritan
Well,
who,
yeah,
who happened to have been with his girlfriend shopping, took him out.
mhm.
Took him out.
Because that was going to be far worse than what it was.
Yeah.
It,
Big
it,
time.
it,
Big
if it
time.
wasn't for the man to have his sidearm on him while they were shopping, that was going to be land up being worse than what it was, because it
Yeah.
landed up being um, a very unfortunate event where people did still end up losing their life, meeting their demise, however you wish to word it.
Yeah.
Um, however, instead of being minutes of happening, it was resolved in 15 seconds.
Yeah. Yep. That quick. And thank God. Thank God. For the families that lost their lives, which was a married couple, and to look at what could have happened in a shopping mall on a Sunday, 6 p.m. Daylight is still up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm like, okay, who is the shooter? What did he use? And what is the weapon that is involved? And who is the shooter? Sure enough, when they came out the next day, um, I said, okay, age 20, had some issues, juvenile issues. And I'm going, how does he get an AR-15? Come on, people.
Absolutely.
How does a juvenile get an AR-15? The other dumb asshole from Buffalo, New York didn't have all this shit. Now, how does he get one?
Oh, let's just throw into that hat Uvalde. Okay. Whatever the guy's name is, I can't remember it. I don't want to remember the shooter's name. Um, did you catch the report that came out from the Texas Senate? I made a big deal
Yeah,
out of this just the other
boss
night.
sent it to me. Boss sent it to me. Yeah.
Okay,
But go
I made
ahead.
a big deal out of this just the other night.
Yeah.
He was able to get the armament that he was able to get his hands on and he had not even completed the 9th grade. Hello?
Yep. Yep.
He had not even
Mic drop.
completed the 9th grade.
It's a mic drop. Yep. How does that work?
Right.
How does that work? How, oh, everyone is, we want you to be safe and all this stuff. What they did with, you know, um, CVD 19 when that showed up. We want everyone safe. Everyone's safe. Now, you got shooters out there. I think they're sleepers. We haven't seen the last of them, unfortunately.
No, we have not. And that is
You
the
know,
unfortunate thing.
yeah. But how how do you deal with something like this? Well, I say be vigilant. Got to keep your eyes and ears open every moment you're going out shopping. You're going to the store, for crying out loud. It's sad, but stepping out your door, who knows? I think of Ahmaud Arbery. What happened to him? He went for, a jog in Georgia. Somebody mistaken him as a burglar. They went chasing him and shot him down. All these different stories that comes out. That's why I do what I do on my channel, just to bring awareness. And you're doing fabulous on yours.
Thank
You've
you.
renamed your channel, which is good because now, I think more and more people will find you.
Yeah,
You know,
and like I said, like I started
which is good.
tonight, the growth the growth that my channel has been experiencing has never been a concern to me, because I know that a lot of what I went through, because I would only go live under my own name a couple times a week, and I'm still going to continue with that, 2 maybe 3 times a week at the most. I'm going to go live under my name. Sometimes
Good.
I'll be on your channel. Sometimes I'll be up with Bossman Blake, but still, live under my name will only happen 2 to 3 times a week at the most.
All right, so
And
we got to get together and grow your channel under your new name. I
well,
think I
it's the
think
same channel. It's the same channel. I just rebranded it, so to
well,
speak.
yeah, I'm just saying nobody
But
knows that though. Nobody
right,
knows that but the chat
right,
tonight.
exactly. But up until this point, like I said, I hadn't been concerned with it because I needed to go through the learning curve. I needed to go through adjusting to be the doing things and this and that and the other. And because some other creators,
Right.
Nita's World, to be exact, it had been, and I had been kicking it around in my mind for a while, that I was going to rebrand it. When she was struggling to find my channel, I was, and Boss Man Blake, I know you do, and I really
He
do
does.
appreciate,
He does.
I really do
He
appreciate what you
does.
do,
He does.
you and John Q both.
He sent me a message blowing my phone up. I know he does. You ain't got to tell me RJ is going live. I already know that. Yada yada yada. I said, okay.
Well,
I
I
know
mean,
when it's on it.
anytime you or show up in my chat room, anytime Boss Man Blake shows up in my chat room, man, I just throw out the link to you guys and be like, hey, if you want to join, you're welcome to. And sometimes it's not the best moment for you guys to do so, but in a moment or two, when you have the opportunity to do so, you will. But I wanted to say thank you very much to you, to Miss Q, who is not here tonight, Boss Man Blake. There are many others that are not here as well. CP Cosplay, she's one of my mods, and Carrie Lawson also. The most of you guys have actually been instrumental in encouraging me to start my own channel. Because you appreciated my opinion
Yeah.
and the way I back it with factually.
Yes.
And I'm getting to my conclusion. I'm going to go ahead and get my conclusion
All right.
in just a
So,
second here, but I
I'll
want to
tell you
give
what.
you a
I'll tell
final
you what.
word as well.
I'll tell you what. RJ, let me jump off. Let me give you that solo platform that you were going to do that with, and I just want to say thank you for connecting with me, Mr. Boss Blake, Miss Q. Thank you for being a part, indirectly, for the marathon that we held for Summer Wells last year.
Mhm.
Thank you for being supportive of all the casework that I've done on my channel. Mr. Boss Blake has done on his channel. Miss Q has done on hers. Um, you've been phenomenal in your support of the stories that we try to get out there.
Absolutely.
And if you don't know a damn thing about it, you're always one to say, send me something, send me something, send me something.
Yeah,
And
send me
I
something
feel
and I'll
yeah,
pick up on it quick.
and you'll pick up on it, and you've always come through. So with that said, you got friends, man. And
Oh, I know I do, and I appreciate it.
yeah, so if there's anything that we can do to help you to grow, we're here for that. And I know Miss Q and Mr. Boss Blake is rubbing shoulders, left and right on, with John Q is on
Absolutely.
that same side. So and Miss Cosplay, if she's in here,
She's
you know,
not. She couldn't make it tonight, but it's still
I love Miss Cosplay.
she's been instrumental, a voice that has encouraged me for going back to from what I can remember by seeing a couple emails that I had where I had emailed her,
Yeah,
going back to September. She was encouraging me to start a channel on my own.
right. Well,
So
you've got Miss Carrie Lawson that's been holding it down, and I know she'll take very good care of you.
she
Um,
does.
and as soon as Leslie B, Miss Aquahoma, Miss Rainbow, um, I know she was up. Yeah, she was up in here. Um, gets your notifications, they'll take very good care of you
I appreciate it. And Carrie does an
in terms
exemplary
of
job.
modding and stuff. Yeah, they do. They do. So I'm gonna jump off here. Much love to the chat. Thank you for sticking out with us
Absolutely.
tonight.
It's my pleasure. I appreciate you
Yeah,
joining me, especially with
this was
such a
good. This was
unusually
good.
heavy and big topic. And when I worked through it, you saw where I was going.
Yeah, this was good. I like. It's unfortunate that I missed your last couple of lives, but I'm catching up. I'm also catching up to Boss Blake's live too, and
My lives are getting much better. That's why it was time. I thought it was time to make the channel name change. But again, thank you very much, and I'm sure we will email in the next couple of days,
yes,
or text or call. But
well, you got my phone. You got
yes, I
my
do.
phone.
Yes, I do. That's what I'm saying. We'll text or call in the next couple of days and touch base with each other and whatnot. Um, that's information, of course, I will never give anybody, and you know that. But thank you very much. I want just want you hear that I thank you both, Bossman Blake and John Q. But
One and only, one and only, Mr. Bossman Blake is up in the house.
yes,
Much love to Miss Q, Miss Carrie Lawson. Thank you so much for holding the chat down like you did tonight. I think you did an incredible job. And RJ is good people, and you're running with the best. If he gives you a hard time, which I doubt, you let us know. We'll come back. We'll come back over here and shake up the channel a little bit. But he's doing a good job, and we just want major success for you
I
because
appreciate it.
you're a voice, like you said. and your voice needs to be heard just like ours. And anybody who has a voice like yours, like mine, um, like Mr. Bossman Blake and Miss Q, um, stands together, you get the attention you need
We
from the
become
right
a
people.
force. We become a
Yes,
force.
yeah, and that's what we are. So with that said, much love, RJ. We'll talk.
Absolutely.
All right, chat. Much love to you. God bless. With God's love and Godspeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming out tonight. I know for some that the name change was sudden and wasn't expected. But as you heard me just say to John Q, been almost 4 months that I've been making videos and my in lives, and a lot of times my videos hide. That's why, and I hadn't been worrying about the membership, and I'm still not worried about people joining. I appreciate every single person. I just looked at my account tonight for how many people I have as subscribers. I've jumped up to 145 people, and that's a huge number to me. And as John Q had just said, Bossman Blake is a great channel. It doesn't only tackle true crime stories. When he goes live and he has a music night, sometimes his music nights will start out with music, but they'll tackle big social issues. And sometimes just being there and listening to be part of the conversation is a major, major plus. There's one thing I hadn't said of why I made my channel and my name change, and why I'm saying this about conversations. When the shooting at Top's grocery store happened, when I had put together that it was on the weekend directly before the anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, and Miss Lorraine, I know you weren't in the chat tonight, but if you ever catch wind of this, this is an answer to you more than anybody else. I made the decision that being part of a conversation is important. Doesn't mean you have to have the answers. It doesn't mean you have to be the answer. But if this country is to heal and stop the problems that it's happening or it's having on the social level, it's not the government. And in most times, it's not the current leadership that tries to represent a demographic that is going to resolve it. It's reaching out to one another and saying, I hear you. I understand you. I understand where you're coming from. As you saw tonight, I set my bar high. When I shoot for something to try to tackle something, I come with it hard. I come at it hard. I sat on this dissertation from the first time that I had actually laid eyes on it, because at the time, for about 6 months, because at the time that I had found it, it wasn't relevant. But I kept saying there's something there. There's something that's going to become important out of this. And I just got to hang on to it. Keep that under my hat for a little bit. Conversations and the topics I aim to have in this chat room and on this channel are going to meet that bar level that I set tonight and higher. That's why I said sometimes we're going to have conversations that are just uncomfortable. We need to have them. John Q, Miss Q, when they get together on their Q squared and they chop it up, it is a big time the story that sometimes that needs to be broken up and taken a look at. Sometimes you got to tear things down to understand it, only to build it back up in the end. It's building yourself back up. Nita's world, I like Nita a lot. I think she's a great person to talk to. I've only talked to her a few times and been on her live a few times. So please don't think that it's any slight to her that I really don't say anything more than that. I enjoy talking to her, and I look forward to having a friendship with her as well. A friend in the community of YouTube. But I think we are, with the conversation being the conversation's living room. The conversation has a place to thrive, be heard, and to be respected by all. As always, I like to say, where I live, where I am, it's 1:30 in the morning. I want to thank everybody for hanging with me tonight. Do you know where your kids are tonight? No matter how old they are, do you know where they are? If you do, make sure that they know that you love them. Carrie, thank you very much for throwing the links up there for different channels that I've mentioned. I appreciate that. But I am still RJ. RJ, even though I did make the channel name change, I'm still me. We're still going to set that bar high, and we're still going to work on making sure we put a great program together when I do have something to say. I wish everybody have a good night. I'm RJ, and I'm out.